Now rocking with the legendary stun.
Your team is banning.
I'm not saying anything, bro. Okay,
Yeah,
ready.
yeah, we're ready to go, bro. Kronos, your host with the most. Alongside me is Scared Yet, who's going to be the casters for tonight, alongside great other casters to come. But for tonight, we have the grand finals once again, saying that out loud, as we have Eliminators on the blue side versus ABM on the red. ABM making that stomp through the upper bracket, and Eliminators crawling their way all the way from the lower bracket into this grand finals. And right now, Scared Yet, you know you're here. You've seen these players. You've seen these teams. What do you think is going to come out as champion? Especially knowing that this first game will be a really, really tough one.
Man, oh man, that warm welcome, and after that, such an electrifying introduction, specifically with the teams that are roaring as loud as thunder. Kronos, this match is going to be insane. Just like how you move out in the thunderstorm and the winds blow over 300 kilometers per hour, these teams are gonna whoosh past their opponent depending on the draft, though. That's the main thing I always mention. Drafting gets you 60% of the game, and with the hero pool into the consideration, right? You mentioned I saw them yesterday. Yes, I did. I was here. I casted for eliminators as well. Fun fact, they did not even lose a single game yesterday. They clean swept through that lower bracket. But that's the point. They were always given their comfort picks. But ABM is a team that is not going to allow them that.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the fact that ABM is actually, let's not forget, the top team right now in the subcontinent of India, right? The Indian subcontinent, they're the top team. They won multiple tournaments. Any of these bigger tournaments that they take part in, you know for sure that they are going to be in the grand finals, especially when it goes to a best of 7. These guys are no joke. You know these names. We've heard it time and time again. Apex, Radium, Mirio, Asuna, Jay. We've heard these names time and time again. We've seen them in their respective roles. They have already made a mark in the Indian Mobile Legends 5v5 scene. However, on the other side, Eliminators, these guys are no strangers as well. They've been creeping up on towards ABM, and I think Scaredy, like you mentioned, they never dropped a single game last night, and that goes to show that these guys are no joke as well. And you can tell by the bans that they're going with, Zaz, Terizla, and Chip, so they do not want to give any priority towards the side of ABM whatsoever, trying to take an assassin for themselves, but banning out whatever 2 power picks they can give in return. So they are fighting for the Ling and the Roger at the moment, even the Hayabusa. Scared, what do you think they got to do in terms of, you know, looking at the draft. Like you mentioned, draft is 60% of the game. So you know what's up. Give us the
Still
deets.
waters run deep.
Yeah, so I was about to say
Your
Ling is going to be
team is
banned out by
picking.
ABM, and that's going to leave the
I see
Hayabusa
lots of
open, but
prey.
Roger
Your
would
team is
possibly be
picking.
prioritized because every single time we've seen Eliminators, they go for this Roger pick, but Xbox was left open. It seems like these teams are running away with the draft faster than I'm even thinking what they're going to pick. Now, probably the next few picks are going to be either an Arlott or maybe an Edith into, that EXP position, and also for some of that flex, because both of them could be played in the roam. To counter that, Roger on the other side, we've got Xbox, who also technically counters anyone if there's a lot of tankiness on the other side. So I don't really feel like ABM are going to worry about that, even a slightest bit of it. But they pick up that high loss. Now, we know that APX kinda likes to play some of those
Hope will
roamers that
find
can
a
provide
way,
sets to the
even
team,
when all is
or someone
forlorn.
which have a lot of utility. So it is pretty clear that this high loss is going to go into that EXP. But what are Eliminators going to pick to deal with that monster?
I am not the only one.
Oh,
Oh
that
yeah,
wears
you're right. The
chains.
Hylos. Oh, you see that Vexana being picked up. That Deathly Grasp is actually gonna be a sort of a CC that they need to look forward to. But they have the dive coming in with the Export, and we know time and time again this Export can be flexed into the jungle as well as the EXP position. Meanwhile, on the other side, yes, you have the Roger, but he is still again flexible into the gold lane. But picking up this Aurora, I know everyone is thinking, hey, no, Aurora is really great right now. It's in the current meta. Yes, it is. But when you pair it up with the Hylos, you have that instant slow that comes with the Glorious Pathway, and then you have the burst along with the freeze that you get, and an extra bit of a lifeline for this Aurora. So they're going to be really hard to kill. This mid lane battle will be something that we need to watch out for, but at the same time, this gold lane is what is up for grabs, Scared.
Now, here's the thing. We know Crisis likes to pick two of the main heroes in the gold lane. One of them is banned out. That was Ruby. The second is Nathan. So if ABM have done their job, they're going to ban out a Nathan at this point. Harith was already banned out, so they're just choking down that gold lane hero pool. And I really like the way how they're going in for this draft. Now, the question is, there's a roamer that is needed, plus there's a gold laner for the side of Eliminators. I know you mentioned that they like to flex as well, but a Carmilla ban is also a very good ban. Yes, Apex likes to play it, but if you've seen the matches yesterday, Eliminators were doing an insane job with the Carmilla into that roam. It was giving them so much more leeway, so much more room, specifically with Suzumi on that Phobius, who was just going bonkers with the demonic force. And he's going to go for those bonker plays even today. But I don't really see a lot of dashes on the other side though. And plus you mentioned about the fact of the Hylos Aurora combination. I love it too. The Ring of Punishment gets you some extra bit of slows too. And that is really solid, specifically for someone like Asuna who would want to get that Frigid Glacier onto a lot of enemies. Plus there's one more point, right? If you know Vexana has a very quick wave clear. Plus if you pair up an Aurora with something along the lines of a Grok, she can wave clear just as quickly as a Vexana.
Yeah, I agree, but even regardless, Vexana does have a lot of wave clear on its own, right? But at the same time, like you mentioned, that Frigid Glacier, along with the Glorious Pathway, the Ring of Punishments, a lot of slows paired up with the Fire Missiles coming in from the X-Borg will be something that we really need to watch out for. And let's not forget, they can also dive in with the Last Insanity. And this time, banning out, like you mentioned, the Harith, the Moskov, the Carmilla in the roam position, you've given us a perfect picture there, Scared. But right now, what should the fight for the gold lane be for? Is the Hayabusa still up for grabs?
Yeah, I don't think so. We're going to see any kind of Hayabusa play right now. For the gold lane, you got Clint, but I love this pick from ABM. They deny the native pick, and now Crisis is technically forced to go an unconventional marksman, but he can definitely pick either a Clawed Up or a Lunox. I don't think so it's going to be Lunox because that means too much magic damage on their side. I think so it could potentially be a Claude or a Clint.
No, the Claw doesn't work, Scary. You know why? You got the Aurora on the other side. It's just an instant stun. It's an instant freeze. The Frigid Glacier, what are you going to do when you're actually frozen? You can't really dance around with that, with the BMI and the Blazing Duet. So you really need to find some time. You need to find an extra bit of peel, and they need that in the form of this Tigreal. But at the same time, it's not going to be really great. You have Xborg on the other side. You have this Nathan that can actually peel for the rest of the team with those entropy plays. But they go for the carry and the Kufra. The stage is set for the side of Eliminator, Scared. I think ABM still have the upper hand, however.
if you actually look at it, I think so. If they wanted to go in for a Kufra and a Phoveus, Claude would have been much better in this situation because of the instant dive that you will get. Suzumi, Kimi would have baited out the Frigid Glacier as well as the Frosty Winds, and then Claude would have been free to go in for that instant BMI Blazing Duet combination over towards the backline. But right now, it's three of the dive comps with Kimi on the Kufra, Suzumi on that Phoveus, Serrar as well, you could say, on that Roger. But there's no one to technically protect Bid and Crisis, and that's why Mirio's Lapu Lapu, which is right now going into that EXP lane, is gonna be super deadly with that Land Shaker Flicker combinations if he manages to get the access of that backline, which probably Jay will provide him along with Apex with a glorious pathway and lasting insanity. Bro, I think so. ABM have got the upper hand in this draft.
ABM definitely have the upper hand. They are full dive. They have the ability to kite as well. They can peel for the rest of the team along with all the entire hero pool that they have. But for Eliminators to actually pick up the win scared yet, Bid on this Vexana has a lot of work cut out for her. But anyway, Scared, take us into the game. In this game number 1 of the best of in the grand finals.
I think so. I think so. The first one is definitely going to go in for the side of ABM looking at the draft. But Kronos, I know we are in the land of Dawn. Take it away.
Yeah, we are indeed, folks. Let's not forget ABM on the red side along with Eliminators on the blue. This is the grand finals once again, best of 7, and we know who is there. ABM making that power stomp through the upper bracket while the lower bracket crawl coming in from Eliminators. You can see the fast wave clear. Apex does have a lot cut out for him, but so does Bid. Which lane will come out on top? You can see the EXP being dominated, but at the same time, the goal lane is just a pause.
I like the rotation coming in from both the junglers right now, but it's going in towards the opposite side. So they're both going to collide into that little Wanderer place, and Apex has got a perfect zone along with Asuna. As look at the HP of it. Oh my god, those constant pulls from Hailstorm Blast and the Frosty Winds, that is just nuts.
Yeah, I agree. Look at that. Kimi going in on towards Apex. Ring of Punishment. Can't really do anything. You got that. Oh no, the freeze coming in. First blood on towards Asuna. ABM picking up for themselves. Meanwhile, Crisis here wants to get the kill on towards Radium. Realizing he has the early advantage, will have to back off and try to slow it down as the EXP lane will be the target for the side of Serrar.
Yeah, indeed, that's how his rotation path started, as he started off with the orange buff first and then went in towards the purple. Want to take care of Mirio because level 2 Lapu Lapu is...
Oh, he is almost out of there. He used the flicker to get out of harm's way. He can't really go back into the lane as well. Good zone coming in from Kimi. Mirio just buying some time, waiting for the opportunity, but realizes to no avail. But here comes Apex, here comes Asuna. They want to go for the turtle, but too little, too late. The entire gold plating in the top lane is gone and Scared. Look at that gold difference. It's still not much.
That's the whole point about it. That's the fast farming coming in from the side of ABM. They're constantly clearing out those waves, and right now, look at Asuna. He's level 4 already. Bid is still struggling. It seems another problem now for Kimi.
Oh, Kimi taking so low, but look at Suzumi just coming in. This Phoveus has to be respected, but Jay making the trade in the red buff area, stealing it away from the opposition jungler as well. So you know Serrar will be a little behind on this gold creeps, but look at Apex. He gets found out. Jay here. Fire missiles coming at the same time. Suzumi here between a rock and hard place, but so is Jay. Jay frog armors burst out, but here comes the big ultimate from Vexana. They try to go for more Frigid Glacier from Asuna just to zone them away. Buys enough time, but no kill whatsoever.
Yeah, and if you actually look at it, now Eliminators did try to create an opportunity to steal away the orange buff, but they overstayed their welcome out there. I think so. When the Firaga armor bursted out, that was the moment for them to try and steal away the orange on the other side. But Jay, I mean, smart moves coming in. The ABM, they decided that they don't really want to go for the turtle, understanding that they don't really have as solid of a power spike right now, but look at top side.
Yeah, the top side, Mirio gets caught. However, they're trying to go for a little bit more. He dashes out of harm's way. He gets pulled back, and there it is. The big vengeance coming in from Suzumi as well. Picks it up, and now Crisis is looking to be in trouble, but Bid is there at the right time. Remember, I said scared they need to be there in rotation. Bid has a lot of work cut out for him, and seems like he is living up to the name at the moment, but Apex goes in, charging on towards Crisis. They want this top lane. They want to give Radium the power spike that he so badly needs. Entropy being used as well, but here comes the Eternal Guardian. Radium gets caught, and there it is. He gets taken down in the goal lane, and the kill goes on towards Bid, but meanwhile, Jay here just peeling for the rest of his team. And Suzumi comes in towards the back line. Last Insanity being used. Glorious Pathway comes out as well. And Frigid Glacier picks up the kill. No, it doesn't. But Asna here about to fall. Serrar will be able to pick up for himself. Yes, he does. And look at the Roger. He's trying to dive in. He wants to go for the Lycan Pounce, but backs off instead as he knows the turtle is up scared.
Beautiful play coming in from the side of Eliminators over towards that bottom side. Jay might be overstaying his welcome. Now, I want to point out Bid. He did not use the Deadly Grasp. He realized Radium has Purify left. He caught him in the Eternal Guard. And as soon as the Purify is, you could say the purifying effect was over, that's when he used the Deadly Grasp. He was in the turret. No minions, got extra bit of damage. And with that, boom, they found that pick. And good target priority by Crisis on that carry.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. But meanwhile, again, going in for the Eternal Guardian, picking up the kill, but flickering out of harm's way. But here comes Mirio with that Landshaker. He wants to go in for more. He's using everything that he can, but not enough at this moment, as Eliminators will have to back off. And ABM are trying to force with the flicker. Turns revenge with the range. Not enough damage. Here comes the Frigid Glacier, but Serrar goes for the Lycan Pounce and killing spree on towards Bid. Meanwhile, on the top side, they get a trade, but the beneficiary trade is towards the Eliminators as they're able to get the tower down bot as well. Yet what a play coming out from Kimmy. As a Kufra player myself, that was absolutely spectacular.
That was super fun, and now it's their decision, tower or the purple buff. They understand the overall objective, try to chunk the tower down, but Jay just jumping in at the perfect time to save his team from losing another one out there in the open though. No, super smart onto Serrar though. I mean, you might as well double down onto that purple buff. I know it does not stack up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't pick me up onto that one. Eternal Guard though would work out.
Radium, oh no, man, that's not the fight you should be looking to take, especially not on towards Bid, who's been doing quite a lot. 3-1-2 on the Vexana MVP performance for sure, but meanwhile, look at Apex. He catches Crisis along with us for the Frigid Glacier, but able to flicker out of harm's way. They get Apex. Last Insanity should pick up Crisis here, but now the target is there. Jace between a rock and a hard place. He gets another, the big shutdown. He gets the double. He goes down himself as Serrar picks one up again. Make that a double for him as well. 3-0-1, and now the Roger should be hitting his power spike scared.
Indeed, he definitely should be right now going in for that War Axe, if I'm not wrong, or the Endless Battles. This build seems to be like for that War Axe. Though, yeah, coming back to the same point, Asuna, a very good catch onto Crisis, but again, he still managed to somehow prolong his death. He made sure he's gonna stay alive for as long as possible to force Jay in an awkward position. Smart move from him to use the Ice Retribution during lasting insanity for extra bit of movement speed, but I don't really feel like that was the best trade possible now, because Serrar, as you mentioned, is hitting his power spike, and the zone out coming in from Suzumi is just nasty.
Yeah, sure, but look at that, the turtle ping picked up by Serrar right now, and Jay here will have to back off. He has the Firaga armor, should be enough to defend the mid lane turret. However, Eternal Guard was used. There it is, lasting insanity coming out by Apex, getting zoned by Kimmy. Suzumi popped the vengeance as well. Looking at Serrar wants to go and get slowed by the Glorious Pathway as well. He gets caught out, but he will not get taken down. Mirio wants to go for more. Asuna here forcing the flicker as well. Serrar just slightly surviving. Not enough as Radium makes the rotation. And meanwhile, on the other side, they split the map. ABM are so good at that. Apex wants to get the kill on towards Kimmy, but Crisis, full HP, doesn't want to go for more. And right now, they have to defend, but what a trade for ABM right now, Scared.
Absolutely a good trade indeed, and this is their win condition. They have to split the team fight into 2 or more different fronts. They have to make sure that Crisis and Bid are not together along with Serrar, because they are going to demolish that front line like paper. And Radium, let's be honest, he needs to stop getting caught into so many of these awkward positions. Once that happens, this Nathan is going to start dealing a lot of damage, because we know Nathan's power spike comes in after his second or maybe third item, depending on when you make that Holy Crystal. So once he gets that, he's going to shred through Suzumi, he's going to shred through Kimmy as well. And looking at the itemization right now, he went in for the Feather of Heaven first item, now he's going for the Starlam Scythe. After he gets that, the true damage will start to hurt. But I really love how Suzumi is also itemizing, because we can see that he's already cooking up some magic defense. Could be Athena, but wait a second, Radiant again.
Yeah, Radiant's not having a great game, that is for sure. But meanwhile, look at Kimi, he gets Apex, but at the same time, Frigid Glacier is used, but they get the kill. Serrara is on a roll, absolutely tearing down opponents with those claws coming in from that wolf and the Lycan form. And meanwhile, look at ABM's Jay, he wants to go for a little bit more, just poking his advantage. Kimi forced to flicker out, but here comes the bravest fighter. Meanwhile, Suzumi wants to go for a bit more, just going and appealing for the rest of the team, and this is what they absolutely need in order to split them apart at the same time. ABM need to split them left and right, but look at ET, they need to split them up and down, but there it is, last thing inside, it goes in. Kimi gets caught out, and that is overextension, but they trade the kill for the Lord. The timing is still there, scared 41. That is when the Lord will spawn. Beautiful timing coming in from Eliminators.
That's what I was about to mention, because it does not matter if Kimi fell. It was 9:11 already on the clock. That means the wave spawned before the Lord was taken down. A death bush set up over towards the bottom side. Crisis. I guess the man understands it. Maybe just not enough. He's dead. He is not living.
Oh no! He actually able to get out. No, he doesn't. Oh my god, that was so close. I thought he flickered out at the right time, but the Landshaker coming out perfectly as well. Meanwhile, on the top side, Jay picks up a kill. Seems like Suzumi's always picking a losing fight against his ex-Borg, but Serrar here, he knows he has to chunk down that frog armor. He's going in, but Jay just has too much heal. He just has too much of a spell vamp for him to deal with, as the Lord being melted by Radium even before the next super minion wave can spawn.
That was such a smart play by ABM, or we could say a mess up coming in from the side of Eliminators too at the same time, because they picked some individual fights, which they definitely did not pick up, but were forced from the side of ABM. And this is the win condition that we're talking about, Kronos. Every single time you see, if it's a 5v5 team fight, Eliminators are gonna win it. If the fight is divided, that's when ABM will shine. Individually, they've got some amazing heroes who can win. But when it comes to those close combats and 5v5 engagements, that's when you really have to get into the micro plays. You have to split that fight. You have to force Serrar on one side, you have to force Crisis on the other side, and that's when you will find that opportunity. Plus, there's one more thing. I really hope Apex makes up a winter crown, because I saw this play in MPL PH today.
Ooh. Yeah, you did see that, but guess what? You're seeing one right now. Legends Unleashed at the glorious pathway. Last thing is sadly everything thrown except for the kitchen sink. They get two. They get one more on the other side. Frigid Glacier comes out as well. Serrar, he has to go in with the Lycan bounce, but he doesn't. He has the human form to get the kill. They get 4 kills for the price of 1. What a play coming in by Eliminators, and absolute desperation coming in from ABM, but turned around by Eliminators, looking to eliminate ABM's confidence in this game number 1 is best of 7 series. As we know, they've been sitting on the throne for quite a long time. Will this be the one? Will this be the team to actually turn it around, Scared?
Very possible right now. Right now, the Eliminators, they've got that opportunity, and they are trying to pounce onto it as quickly as possible. Jay has made up the immortality, so now this Xbox is going to be even more annoying if you really talk about it. Plus, Asuna has been trying to position himself really well. There has not been a single Frigid Glacier which has not got at least 2 or 3 people. ABM would need to just time their team fights perfectly. That's where they're kind of losing, and also over the fact that Radium is struggling right now, 1-5-1. He's not getting that good positioning. What Eliminators are doing right now is that they're waiting for Apex to force the engage only for their own side to just go for those re-engage plays. That's where they're super solid at it right now. Seems like that's probably what's going to happen yet again.
Yeah, the target has to be Serrar, and look at that concealed play coming out from Kimi. He wants to get Radium. He knows that's the right target, because without the late game ability, without that damage coming in from the entropy, that magic damage, which cannot be used for Wind of Nature as well, they can't really do much. But at the same time, Jay has been such a monstrous front line for the rest of the team. He's been peeling so well. And this is the Lord Dance of a lifetime. ABM are so good at this time and time again. They've done it so many times. Look at their positioning, Scared, forming an arch entirely around the Lord. But Kimi charging Time's Revenge gets one, but not the right target. They go for it. However, the collapse is there. They get the kill onto him, and Mirio gets melted instantly with the speedy light builds. But here comes Jay, last and standing, bit able to flicker out of harm's way. Kimi, not the right target that's intended by Jay. Frigid Glacier comes out to zone them away as well. At the same time, the bot lane is being pushed over. Radiant wants none of this beef. He's going on the top lane as Serrar able to zone them away completely with the Lycan form, and they should be going for the Lord right now as they make their rotation down, but able to even save the inhibitor. So everything going right for the side of Eliminators right now.
This is probably the first time when I'm actually seeing ABM struggling so much though. Smart move from Radium, stealing away that purple. That's gonna give him some extra bit of cooldown reduction. On Nathan, you would really love to have that to keep your stacks up as much as possible over towards that 6. That's when you get that maximum attack speed and that damage as well. But Lord marching down from mid, the wave needs to be synced perfectly. Jay picks up the Oracle. That means even more healing coming in, even more lifesteal from his own items, or the spell vamp right now, that's the correct term. The waves are not synced, so ABM should be able to defend it. Engage being forced.
Yeah, trying to go and look at that. Suzumi is the one has to heal for the rest of the team. Last incentive being used, but at the backline, Lord is being used as well. Frigid Lecter comes out, but the speedy light wheel is there from Crisis. He's being targeted. They get 4 in the process, a little too much bitten off. And this is the power of the late game. Nathan absolutely destroying them with the entropy and the superposition, the interference, all three being thrown at them. And right now, ABM's going straight down the base, marching down the mid lane scared. They're all alive. It's a 5v5 though with a full wipeout as Legends Unleashed game number 1 in this final best of 7 series should be picked up by ABM. Bid is there, but not enough as they go straight for the base. Take that for game number 1. Scared, look at this recall taunts coming out.
Eliminators made only one mistake in that entire game, and that was the waves not being synced. I mentioned it just a second ago that the waves are not synced. They are going to force the engage. And as soon as they did, Radium was in the perfect position to capitalize on the back of it. But kudos to Jay, man. Oh, man. Everyone who had some questions regarding how solid Jay is in that jungler, their questions have been wiped out. All the doubts have been washed away, or you could say are now burnt to ashes with the way this man played on this Xbox. 8-1 and 3. The Ice Queen won.
I agree.
Best play. Insane.
Yeah, and absolutely, let's not mention Scared. Eliminators made one mistake. Eliminators just made one mistake, but did that one mistake to absolutely capitalize, and that's what they did. They made the most out of the opportunity. It doesn't matter how well you play the entire game. The end is what matters. And ABM's late game is so good. They're so good at closing out games. They wait for the right opportunity and then take the victory in their hands, and that's what happened. But absolute brilliant performance coming out from Eliminators. And just as we mentioned, Scared Bid had a lot to do, and he was there everywhere on the map in the early game. If you ask me, what they probably could have done better is utilize this Phobius a little better in towards the mid game phase, because absolutely going 1v1 against an Xborg is not what you want to see this Phobius do. And those 2 losing battles, or all the 3 kills, basically came out from Xborg as well. So something that they could change. But on the side of ABM, I think Radiance really needs to gotta pull up his socks and say that it's showtime and actually show them what he's capable of in the early and the mid game phase.
Seems like you've been distracting him quite a lot recently. I saw what happened in yesterday's chat, bro. But yeah.
Hey, Scared. It's all right. It's all right. I know you're jealous. I know you're jealous, but take it easy, Scared. Nobody wants you, but they want me. Either way, ladies and gentlemen. with that, I am Kronos alongside me, Scared Yet. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share the stream as well. This is a best of 7. I know all you viewers watching out there. Make sure to put in who's your favorite caster, Scared Yet or Kronos. Hey, go Team Kronos. But at the same time, don't forget to choose ABM or Eliminators, because this is game number 1. It's a best of 7 series. ABM already 1-0 up, and we will be back after a short break. Is that right, Scared?
Indeed it is.
for the Legends Unleashed Grand Finals between ABM and Eliminators. The previous game was a big roller coaster indeed. Eliminators taking it down to the last push, but not able to get that final piece of the puzzle, and ABM just absolutely demolished them down the mid lane. However, it'll be a different story for game number 2. Only we can wait and find out, as I am your host and caster, Kronos. Alongside me this time, however, is Missy Jenny. Give it up for Missy Jenny, ladies and gentlemen, as she's going to be caster for this game. And Jenny, you saw game number 1. What do you think is going to happen in game number 2?
Well, I watched the whole thing from the start, and definitely I felt like I was on a roller coaster of emotions every time. ET made ABM react the whole time, and they kept on reacting. And the only good thing that ET was doing was not going for this 5 versus 5 gank and doing the DNC divide and conquer, and they were actually winning. Things were working out for them. But that in the end, that one mistake where they thought that they can just go, they're trying to pushing too hard, and they took that 5 versus 5. And wow, what a turn! The tables turned immediately, and that was such a quick victory.
Yeah, and I like how you used the fact that it was a roller coaster of emotions, right? That was the exact word that we are looking for. An absolute roller coaster, and not really knowing what it was going to go down until the end, especially given the fact that Eliminators were the ones making ABM react the entire game, and having that reaction coming out from ABM, I bet that kind of ticked them off a little bit. So they're definitely looking to actually put the pressure on this game, shrug it off, be there, be the top dog once again. And you never know how this game is going to go about. But looking at the bans, Jenny, you got Ruby, you got Ling, you got Zushin, but on the other side, Chip and Roger. So will they give away the Hayabusa, or will they give the X-Borg? There's even the Zask and the Hylos. I mean, what do you think got to be the final ban?
Well, there are a lot of options open, but anticipating maybe a respect ban, because Jay did a really great job in the last game. He was so tanky. He's got a lot of spell ban. He was everything, but then my anticipation was very wrong. They banned the Jaws, and Jaws, that slowdown that comes in with his ultimate, distant dominator, I guess, that's too much to handle. But look at the first pick X-Borg. Don't you think they should have actually banned that X-Borg?
Yeah, I think this X-Borg is not just a flex pick, but also given the fact that Jay is really good at this X-Borg, right? He's really good to peel for the rest of the team, and that puts them in a difficult position that they cannot really go for any sort of tanky lineup. And just as I mentioned that they cannot go for it, they pick up the Terizla. And now if they flex this X-Borg into the EXP lane, this Terizla is basically playing a losing matchup. And you're right, Jenny. I think this X-Borg should be a prioritized ban, because Jay is an absolute monster on this X-Borg, able to peel for the team. He's able to dish out the damage. He's able to take neutral objectives fast. He has basically 2 different lifelines with the Firaga armor. If he gets the immortality, it becomes 4. So it's really hard to take down X-Borg, especially after it builds these spell vamp items. But they go for the Hayabusa this time. So we're definitely going to see some ninja fast fingers come out with the Ogi Shadow Kill as well.
Magic is
Hayabusa's okay. But then you're answering an X-Borg with a Terizla. I don't understand how it's going to work, because obviously, only difference is he's not going to be in the EXP lane, but then if he were to be in the EXP, he's going to make use of his range. So, X-Borg's on the Hyper, and Terizla's on the EXP. So, maybe in the early game, when Terizla's not going straight in against X-Borg, it's going to be fine. But later on, I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, they answered this Hayabusa with a Harriet. So for those of you who do not know, Harriet gets basically countered by a Hayabusa in the pro plays, in the MPLs, in your scrims, because Hayabusa goes for the OG Shadow Kill, and the Harriet can't really do anything in his lane. He gets picked off quite easily. Yes, they're a little bit tanky, but once you start building up those items, this Harriet is completely rendered useless, apart from the fact that if you pick up a Vengeance. But at the same time, they go for the trade in the mid lane. Last game it was bid on the Vexana and Asna on the Aurora, but they switch it up this time. Let's see who plays the better mid lane. I feel like this has been the battle of the mid lane so far, Jenny. Like it's so tight.
Yeah, definitely. Like I saw Scared mentioned in the last game, that Bit managed to connect Deadly Grasp over Radium the whole time in the last match anyhow. So makes sense. Again, Frigid Glacier once again, but this time ET snatches Aurora away from them while Radium, well, do you think that Harry's gonna be in the goal, and since they do have Deadly Grasp, Vexara once again. So the thing is they're changing, ABM snatches away Vexana from them, and then ET snatches away Aurora from them.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's like they're trading. They're like, okay, fine. You want Vexana, we take the Aurora. You want the Aurora, we take the Vexana. And that's been the story so far. But Radium, however, I know he's really good at the Claude and the carry type of heroes, but we saw in the previous game he played the Nathan, and let's be honest, doesn't feel like he looks like prime Radium, to be honest. We've seen him do much better, but this time around on the Harrod, so just another question mark in my head, Sean. Will Radium actually be able to live up to the hype of actually being the top goal laner we've seen for such a long time? Because Crisis is just creeping up on his shoulder, and looking at the bans, they take out the Carmilla to avoid that synergy coming in with the Curse of Blood, take away the Hylos and the Kufra as well, who was an absolute monster in the previous game coming out from Kimi. But now they have the priority in the second phase of the draft. So I think over here they should look at going in for a roam pick, possibly the Grok here. Maybe, hear me out, Jenny. Maybe even the Gato Kacha.
Yeah. Well, in the last match they had Kufra, and he did manage to give them some pretty good engages. Honestly, I feel like they might go for this Kufra again. But Matilda will be a good one.
Yeah, I love the Matilda coming in. You're right, Jenny. This Matilda, I was just hoping for some spice with the Gatot Kacha, but this Matilda is actually going to be a little better, in my opinion, because it provides the extra bit of heal. But at the same time, you don't really have people to engage apart from your Charisla. So now you're really relying on the Charisla quite a lot. And if they shut down this Charisla, it's going to be easy peasy for the side of ABM, where they pick up the Jawhead in the roam position. And this is actually a lot of flexibility. Even the Cho is being picked up. I don't really know where they want to send what, but the Jawhead in the roam position has been an absolute monster, because you need to prioritize your early game, and they have the late game damage from the Vexana and the Harrod. So they're balancing out all of the sides that they kind of need to from the side of ABM, but Eliminators really need some sort of a marksman or damage dealing output that doesn't get singled out by the Jawhead.
No, the moment in Matilda, they picked Matilda and you started talking, and I was like, wait a minute, Mincedar's open, Phobius is open still. Are you guys making a good decision by picking Matilda right here? And
I'm swimming against the current.
Nathan, one more time, but this time on the hands of Crisis. Well, Harriet versus Nathan. What's your take on this?
I think Nathan wins that, right? Early game, yes, you have the Harris that wins it, but once it reaches that 10-minute mark, for those of you who don't know, Nathan basically rendered useless for the first 10 minutes unless he gets a kill or two in the early game. Otherwise, you have to wait for 10 minutes at least to make sure that the Nathan will have that sort of a power spike, and that's what we saw last game. But over here, Jenny, I think it's time for me to bow out, because right now I'm going to bring in PC, folks, who's going to be casting this game alongside Jenny. Jenny, take it away, and Peachy, introduce yourself to the crowd.
All right. I guess
Hello.
she's not here yet. Oh, she is.
Hello. Thank you, Kronos, for a wonderful introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the game 2, and right now in the land of Dawn. Looks like this is going to be another interesting match. Right now, looking at the match, we can see that they are already on to the blue buffs as well as the red buff. So, both the junglers, they will be moving on towards the same lane, the rotation. But what do you think? How will the match turn out, Jenny?
Well, I'm looking out for more surprises like the last game. We already anticipated ET to beat the winners of the last match, but that end moment mistake they made turned everything around. Tables got turned, and ABM finished the match at the drop of a hat. Like immediately, just like that, they went and took the tower in the mid lane. But again, since they're already leading up with the scoreboard, they're gonna be having some extra confidence. And meanwhile, we can see a little bit of skirmishes in the mid lane, and Apex will have to recall. Again, in this match, it is important that ED wins this round, because They are already one score down. So let's see them bot lane though. Cyrus a little bit of HP surviving that, and that was a good backup coming in by Sarah Mujin taking that kill on Radium.
I have to give it to Sarah Moon right here to helping his lanes at a very right moment, and with that, looks like there is some skirmish going on in the bot lane as well. Looks like it is Jay who is just farming those Hayabusa's minions, and there you go. There's a fight here.
Yeah, I have to say that good start. That's a good start for ABM. But sorry, that's a good start for ET. Again, one more time, just like in the last match, ET, they were doing great in the early game. The rotations fast, everything's good. They got their objectives. But in the late game, the mid to late game, they did make some mistakes. The first mistake was not checking up their bottom lane, which got pushed and deep down to the inhibitor. And then the last moment mistake. Well, if that doesn't happen, again, ET does have the chance to win. We can see that gang is being forming up around the turtle already, while Asuna's still in the bush. Kenny got the vision on them. That's the Eternal Guard coming in, and Suzumi and Super Moon already have in HP, while Apex is trying to look for an ejector on Kimi. Kimi low in HP and will dash away as of now. But Mirio and ABMJ, they are already on the turtle, and this turtle should come easy for them because there have been no contest.
Oh, that is right. But oh, there's another fight here on the top lane.
Yep, there's a Corona Dash coming in, and then ejector on Pit over there, and Pit trying to go. Okay, well, he will definitely escape this one, but then that's Sarah Moon coming in with an ultimate, but Kimi not giving up on Asuna, and Asuna still manages to escape just one more time, but Kimi will he. That ejector on Radium trying to grab the guy, but look at that, Chrono dashes away. But Jay still got a lost insanity, but he's not gonna use him up yet. Well,
You
looks
know,
like
this
they're saving the
was
marbles for
actually a
rainy day.
little bit of poking here and there. That is true. You know, it's just both of the teams are just looking for a window of opportunity on from both the sides. Both of them looks like Jay is already onto the bush along with that Matilda. Matilda is there just to support the Nathan. You know, Nathan really has to. You know, as Chronos mentioned that he has. Oh, there's a fight going on. Jenny, go ahead.
There's another ejector on Bit, but Bit manages to escape using up that passive in the end moment. That was okay. I did not expect that he's gonna escape, but okay, there you go. Suzumi on Mirio. Mirio's already got a dash up on him, and that's penalty zone. Will end up to nothing, but he will only get picked off. They're trying to go for more kills like hungry predators over here, but no. Just not enough damage as of now. 4 minutes in the game. Have to say, not much difference. They are going neck to neck so far. Ejector, another ejector, I suppose, but just not yet. Save the marbles for the rainy day.
It is almost they are just looking for an opportunity, you know, in every single second, not even 1 minute wasted. And you know, looking at them right now, both the teams they have the synergy while they're looking playing together like a flock of birds. And there we go. Looks like the second turtle has spawned. There is this Hayabusa in the bush already waiting for the Jay to come out, and also that Matilda giving them the vision the whole team needs. And this is again going to be a contested turtle here, unlike the last turtle where it was the Jay taking it away for free.
This is not the turtle that should come in easy. That start playing Eagle, but he uses that to escape instead. Sir Armon might be in trouble, but that already got a kill on Asuna. Apex going in for Suzumi. He's got an ejector, but he's not gonna use it up yet. Crisis comes in for backup with an entropy, but Radiant will be picked out by Serarmoon. He's going for another kill, double kill on Serarmoon. But Mirio's not giving up yet. Jay is not giving up yet. He's going like a hungry predator for Serarmoon, but that's not gonna be enough to take him down. But Suzumi might get picked up. A lot of damage is being dealt, and the turtle actually have been secured by Jay.
This was another uncontested turtle. Look at that. They are just, you know, finishing it up in the team fight and making sure there are no obstacles in front of Jay while the turtle is up. And there we go. The second turtle indeed goes to Jay again. And with that, Hayabusa is just farming up. Even the Nathan is just farming up. In the draft section, I do remember Chrono saying that in the first 10 minutes, as the Nathan is rendered helpless. So that is actually true. Right now, he's just there as a support. But once he is farmed up, oh, there we go. We might be seeing him popping up. Oh, wait a minute, there's a fight going on. Then you go on.
Yep, circling eagle being used up but did not connect. Well, Apex is still looking for a quick ejector and a quick pickoff, but in the middle lane we can see Suzumi versus Mirio. That's a little bit of polar between them, which has actually turned out to be a war. To be a war, and they're gonna take pick off Apex while Lost Insanity being used up. At first, nothing. They're still coming in for more kills. That's Mirio not giving up. And well, look at the damage being dealt to Mirio. He's not gonna be able to pick off anyone, but instead will be punished for overstaying and not retreating. They're gonna try and push that mid lane turret while Radium Chrono dashes and trying to defend that mid lane turret, but he might get into trouble. Instead, Eternal God coming in to save the day, gets the kill on Kimi and defends the turret.
This is what Vexana is known for, the CC coming in from Vexana for in the mid lane, even with the Eternal Guard, that's what I want to see. But there we go. It looks like Jay will be getting a kill onto that Hayabusa in the bot lane, while there is this Apex lurking around the bush onto the top lane. There we go. He's just trying to be there for the Harriet. The turret has been taken from the top lane by that Nathan as well. Oh, but wait a minute. Looks like the lanes are swapped. Terizla is already on the top already, while oh, wait a minute, there's something going on.
Yeah, that was unexpected in the bottom lane that, Jay manages to take down Sarar Moon with that mobility of him. But then there's another turtle contest being up, but only Suzumi and Kimi up there to make a contest. But wait, Sarar Moon is coming. He's on his way. He's almost there. They have all these resources, yet it's going to be a retribution fight. And there you go. The turtle has been secured by Sarar Moon with a retribution. Apex running in for life, but the circling eagle lands on Jay. They won't be able to secure the kill on Jay, I suppose, but look at that. Radium actually manages to take down Crisis instead. Apex not giving up, while Sarar Moon not managing to take down Apex yet. And that's a disengage. Well, the turtle has been secured by Sarar Moon. They have managed, but Radium has managed to take down that kill on Crisis. I won't say it was a really good trade, but better something than nothing.
Okay, that I agree with you. But right now, looking at the scoreboard, the kills are favoring towards the eliminators as well as the gold. And again, look at that. They are just poking some goings on in the mid lane.
Yep. Well, they're gonna have to try and take down the mid-lane turret, which is, I guess, their next target, their next objective. But well, let's see. It seems like both the teams are up in the mid lane. They're gonna wait for you go first, and trying to make them react, while Kimi has given them the vision that they need. They're going for an engage trade in. Apex coming in for looking for an ejector, but that Frigid Glacier being used up, and they're gonna have to disengage. They were forced back so far. Lost Insanity being used up. He might actually get a kill on two, but well, Kimi is down. Hayabusa, the Sarar Moon coming in to get some kill, and he actually didn't manage to take any, but Crisis has managed to take down Mirio. Radium comes in, gets the kill on Sumi. He's gonna go in for more with that Chrono Dash. Supposed to that's a triple kill, and the Maniac by Crisis. Not gonna get the Savage, while Apex is gonna come and shut him down.
Look at the shutdown. Did you just see the bounty onto the Nathan 320 gold? That is one yummy tummy gold for the Jawhead. And with that, it was a very good Maniac coming in from Crisis. He is all farmed up. He's just there. He's just going to be off with another Maniac also. And look at that. With that, the mid lane has been taken off by the team eliminators right now. The Lord has spawned. This will be the level 1 Lord. Again, it will be a battle of retribution. Will ABM will be looking to pick off some members from the side of eliminators, or will they be just trying to contest this Lord? I am really hoping to see another uncontested Lord coming in.
Yeah. I don't really think that this Lord should come easy for them because they do have the resources to contest for the Lord. Um, but let's see. But let's see. Well, Crisis is still up. You know, they're trying to bait it out. They're gonna try to make each other react. You know, you go first. You use one ult. You know, either team uses up one ult, and then the other team is gonna go full on. All right. Look at them. They're just forming an arc over the Lord, trying to get vision of each other, while Radium just tries to, clear that wave. Well, the wave management is another important thing right before the Lord, which Radium just tried to do by clearing up the bottom lane. Well, you never know. It's just Cold War going on as of now, trying to make each other react. Who do you think is gonna react first?
Oh, I really think that ABM are just waiting it out to pick out a fight. Look at that. There is that Matilda while the J on to is Matilda's back. Other than that, Matilda is just there going on, poking, coming back. And that's the usual Matilda's every single time it does. But there is this Lord bait coming in from both the sides. Oh, wait a minute. The fight is going on. Take it away.
Yep, we already got to kill a Super Moon. Their Hyper Storm already came in running down with a little bit of HP, while ABMJ has already used up his last insanity, but also manages to take Kimmy down. They're not gonna give up with this. They're going for the Suzumi, the next target. Will they be able to take Suzumi? That Chrono Dash is coming in from Radium, and he will definitely manage to take Suzumi, but Suzumi not giving up yet, and there he goes down. Yeah, it's almost a wipeout. That's just bit one man standing, and Mirio just finds him out that he was in the bush. Now this Lord is gonna come easy for them.
This is what I was talking about, and with that, Jay really has this easy Lord again. In the mid lane, it looks like it is Bid who has been taken off. And there we go. Jay is almost there with the Lord. He will be popping off that retribution again. And but there's in the other hand, Radium already in the bot lane. Also, Emilio in the top lane. They're just pushing it away, just making sure that the lanes are synced, just making sure that they get those objectives up. And that is what it is important in this game right now. To have a clean score of 2-0.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna have to try and push the top lane. That's gonna be the next target. Well, Mirio is already there, being followed up by Apex as well as Asuna and Radiant. Suzumi trying to give vision. They already got the vision on the four of them. There might be a penalty zone, and there we go. Apex might get picked off, and the Rigid Glacier being followed up, but Crisis manages to take the kills on Apex already, and killing spree on Radium. Okay, they're gonna go for all of them. I thought that this was gonna be in wipeout, but the last insanity coming in. That's Kimmy out of the way already. The Lord is marching down, but it's already taken care of. Look at that, they've already got the kills on 3. This might be the end. This might have been the end if they could not manage to get the kill. But Super Moon is not gonna give up, and is go for Asuna. Now that's gonna be an easy defense.
You look at that 4-man down on the side of ABM, even though there was a lot of fights coming up where ABM just lost this team fight. The goal is still up. The goal lead still goes on to the favor of ABM, even though it's not a lot. Looking at the goal right now, it's merely from 700 to 900 goal differences. But with that, the builds are up. Look at Nathan right now. The Crisis, he is all farmed up. His main items are up. The Stallion side, the Feather of Heaven, and there we go. With the maniac he had, I think that was a jump start. That it was that time when he came online, and again, Matilda doing her job, giving them the vision. Kimmy is just playing it very well in this game as well.
Yep. Well, I don't know. Even in the last match, we had this roller coaster of emotions. It was very obvious. Everybody was rooting in that it is gonna take the match away. But in the end moment, everything changed. They won at the drop of a hat. Anyways, in the mid lane, we can see that they're just trying to get each other vision. Look at them, just waiting for each other to make a move. Like, you go first. All right, they're like, they want to take control. Okay, the circling eagle being used up. And again, ejector on Kimmy. They're going in. They're going 5 versus 5. Look at Apex, very low on HP, killing spree by Moon. Already Suzumi might get picked up, and there you go, almost there. And there he is. They're gonna have to disengage. They don't want to look for a fight when they already got one man down. They already got Apex down. But ABM's not giving up. The Lord is over there. The Lord is right there. And it looks like none of them wants to go for a Lord fight as of now.
This is what we are seeing even in the first lot fight. They are just waiting it out for almost a wipeout, or maybe a 3-member down or the 4-member down from the side of each other. And it will be an easy lot for both of the junglers. And again, there is this lot bait as we seen in the first lot fight. The Matilda trying to spot out Jay as well as the Apex as well. Apex is just spawned. He does not have his flicker, but though it will be a little hard for him to escape from there. But if he manages to get that Hayabusa, who is already into the bush, he's just waiting it out for a window of opportunity just to get his Wiki Shadow kill onto them. And if he manages to get that, oh sweet lord, it will be a easy lot for them. But on the other hand, if it is Jay, I have seen Jay going on with the the last insanity. Just 4 men inside, going in trying to get a double kill or a single kill as well. But he's making sure that he's getting the core members of the Eliminators. And with that, again, they are just facing it out very slow. The Lito has been taken on the side of Eliminators. They have this a little upper hand while it comes to the the map control coming in from these lot side.
Yep, definitely. Looking at the score, looking at the goal, this is a neck-to-neck match. ABMJ right on the bush. He got the vision on all of them. And Kimmy coming in with a circling eagle right on Jay, but that didn't happen. It was actually Apex, the frigid glacier being used up in order to save Kimmy. But no, he's not going to be saved. Not today. Suzumi will be in danger. He's gonna use that free, but that's not gonna be enough to save him. Bit low in HP. They're gonna try and disengage in order to not end up getting killed, because this Lord's gonna come easy for ABM at this moment that they have already got the kills. But look at Radium and Apex not giving up, chasing down Suzumi, and he actually manages to escape. Meanwhile, Last Insanity being used up, and Sarar Moon not down yet. There's Chrono Dash coming in, and Sarar Moon will be deleted. Now, Crisis, late to the party, is not going to be able to make a difference, but Asuna is low on HP. I'm expecting Crisis to maybe chase him down, but okay, doesn't have the vision so far. And Jay, as well as Radium on the Lord. Well, this Lord did come in easy again.
Every single objectives, even the turtles and as well as the Lord, it is just the ABM giving up a setup for him and just to take him away for free. But oh, look at that, the fight is on.
Well, that's Lost Insanity coming in by Jay, and he might not be able to take the kill. I suppose they were too tanky with that shield over that, but Jay not in a very good position. But he does have the spell them, and look at that, he manages to escape. That's a good backup, I should say. Not gonna say that he's managed to escape by himself, but this might be a mistake by Muriel. And no, he actually manages to take down Suzumi, being so tanky over the Apex is using up his ejector, but that was a mistake. Going too far in the enemy era, and Apex, that ejector didn't really work out well for him.
This is what I was talking about. It is always the J going in, giving the initiation coming in from the side of ABM. He's always going in with a Last Insanity, just trying to low it down. And it is also, what do you say? It's like a open window for his teammates to take away all the kills right there. We did see some victims in that last team fight, while Apex just used his ejector in a very bad manner. But his team is making up for it, And with that, the mid lane has been taken away by Radium. Right now, Eliminators, they have, they are on a little tight spot here because they just have their inhibitors up. And with that, the next Lord, they really have to defend it, or unless they win the team fight, they take away the Lord, it will be a table turns. The table has turned, that kind of moment that we are looking for about.
Yeah, I did mention in the draft pick that they should try and ban that export, call it a respect ban, but they should have banned that export because this guy is unstoppable with that export. Even in the last game, his impact, even in this game, his impact, they should have gone for that export ban, but instead they chose to ban Jax. Maybe they didn't want that Dominator's Descent to pop up and just slow them down over and over again. But you know, the impact that Jay is putting in this match and even in the last match, well, I guess in the next round maybe they're gonna end up banning export.
Oh, that could be possible. That would be the respect bans coming in. Oh, there's a fight going on. Take it away, Jenny.
Yup, and that's a kill on Kimmy already. Apex low on HP, but he's gonna go away. Last Insanity being used up on Crisis. Crisis not gonna end up dying over there. Sarah Amon has been deleted. Suzumi engaging between the three of them, and that's a kill on Jay. Like we talked about just now, and Suzumi not giving up. He will be deleted. Crisis, not in a very bad put. Ooh, he was in a very good position, but he actually manages to take Radium down while Suzumi has been taken down. Wow, that's just bit. Okay, Crisis is also there, so they will definitely be able to defend this. And well, only if they had either Suzumi or Kimmy, they might have been able to take down the Lord that's standing there. But obviously, with that Apex and Asuna and Miria standing, they're not gonna come out away too much of the map. So we're gonna have to wait.
In the last team fight, it was very unfortunate that the Shadows was almost on to the Vexana, and Vexana could have been the one going off the map for a while, but it was still one of Vexana onto that Hayabusa, and there was the Radium already ready with the Zaman force and getting the kill on him. It was all planned. It really looked like a chess game right here in the last match, and with that, the Eliminators, they are just looking for a map control over the Lord area, and with that, look at that. It is Kimmy in the bush along with the Serar Moon. He's just off to the blue buff. He is highly, heavily dependent onto the blue buff, so he needs that. With that, even from the side of ABM, they are just trying to get some control while the Jawhead in the bot lane from the bot bushes, he's just coming up, creeping over while the Mirio again onto the Lord bait. Maybe we will be seeing that again. Oh, there we go. It is the Suzumi starting with the Lord bait. It is just uncommon right now.
Yep. They are forming an arc around the Lord. They got the vision. They're engaging. That's Skinny been taken out in a second. Radium takes out Bit. They're gonna go in for Crisis. They're gonna try their best to take out the Crisis, but Crisis is a little too far away. But this Lord should come in easy as they have taken down Bit and Kimmy. Now this is gonna be a crucial Lord. We don't know if ET will be able to defend this one. What do you say?
It is a very super luminous Lord, and Eliminators, they really have to defend this very well, unless they just get off the map for a while. If ADM decides to go charge in onto them, they still have inhibitors up, so it would be an easy defend. But I am not sure this. We are already onto the 24 minutes of the game. The countdown timers are just going up. It is just exponentially increasing. There is this Matilla who was unfortunately taken down from the last team fight. She is just still recovering. Within few seconds, she will be up. The Lord looks like the Lord has just spawned. It will be going through the mid lane. While on the other side, on the other hand, the Mirio on the top lane and Jay and the bot lane, they are just trying to sync up the lanes, trying to get as much as inhibit as possible. With that, the Lord already entered the side of Eliminators. There we go. We might be seeing a fight again.
Yeah, there's a last incentive being already used up by Jay. They're marching in. They are going straight. They want to end it right then, and they're at the drop of a hat once again. Looking for the kills. They're gonna take Suzumi down. Sarah Moon using up his ultimate, but he has to run away using up his shadow immediately, or else he will be punished. Mega kill by Crisis on Mirio. They're gonna be able to defend it, I suppose, but the shutdown is made on Crisis. Given that they are going for the base, they are locking the base, and this is gonna be a sweet victory for ABM. I suppose Mega kill on Kimmy, and there you go. And the scores has just been made. 2-0. ABM leading the board with another match.
Oh my God. I really thought that the Lord will be defended till the last moment, but the Lord just crept up to the crystal. But unfortunately, the crisis, the apex logged onto the crisis onto the right moment. And since he is actually a little squishy onto the side of eliminators, he was taken down. And, I really have to say that if he was alive, it could have been possible that the Lord would be taken down, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Radium will be taking home MVP for the match too. And, he's just keeping up the title of the best goal laner in India.
Yeah, that was a great match. Only if they ban Xborg, things might have been little bit different. And that KDA on the Apex 459. Actually, that KDA is a little misleading. I should say a misleading KDA because that guy with the jaw hat actually did a pretty good job with his ejectors. Only one time he messed up going too far in. Maybe he tried that to try and use his ejector right after using the unstoppable force. That didn't happen, but I should again say that KDA is very misleading because that guy did make impact again. Well, I'm just hoping that ET bans export this time and maybe try to bring out something more creative in the draft pick and things might turn. Well, the score so far is 2-0, ABM 2 and ET 0. So it's very important for ET to come up with something creative and try and win the next round. And we will be knowing if they're going to win or not in the next round. Till then, guys, do not go anywhere. Share the stream, make some noise in the chat, and we'll be right back.
everyone, you are watching Grand Finals of Legends Unleashed. This is the match number 3 between ABM and Eliminators. Since the score is now 2-0, let's see, the team Eliminators will be back into the game. And this is me, Silverhawk, and let's welcome the one and only Sasuke.
Thank you, Silva, for such a beautiful introduction. And I would like to, vouch for Team Eliminators. Like, since the two games, they have been playing pretty well. I've seen both of the games, and, Team Eliminators, they were about to win and grab or snatch the first game from the hands of Team ABM. Just a slight mistakes and the tides were turned. But again, this is the third game. I'm talking about the score. It is 2-0, and I don't think like Team Eliminators, the members of them might be in some depression or some tensions because like if they lose one more game, they will be. I mean, Team ABM will be reaching towards the match point. So let's talk about the draft. Moving on the draft phase, we are seeing a classic standard pass. Silva, what do you say or what do you think? Like, would we be seeing any, respect ban from previous two games? Whether it will be an X-Pog, that new EXP laner, the quite a sustainable pick that is the Phobius.
Man, like, I would really be honest right now. Like, they have one last chance to prove themselves. So they should actually stick to the comfort picks right now. Like, we can just see, like, they're just banning out the comfort draft for themselves, like the Zask. Do you think, like, they'll just ban out the respect, like you said, like the Xbox? But yep, as you said, like, it's going to be the respect ban to that J. Like, only to the first two games, he was just playing that Xbox. But I don't think so. He will be into the third match. Do you think, like, since they've just taken out the Xbox, do you think what will J pick at this moment?
There are quite a lot of options for that guy. He could probably go for a Hayabusa, a Roger, a Julian, a Paquito, or some nasty picks like Hanzo, which he did in previous rounds. But moving on to the draft phase again, we are seeing a cheap ban. So, like, just an Xbox ban in the first phase of the draft for respect bans. But, keeping those bans, I see a lot of heroes being open and like. As a last ban, we are seeing a link match. So, technically, Kimi or Team Eliminators, they could probably grab that Roger Kane. Sarah Roger, we saw in the game number 1 how devastating that Roger was into the hands of this right player. But again, in the contrary, I do think like ABM could technically prove and pick some nasty heroes like Hayabusa is also open for grab and along. Like, they could go for a Phobius this round in EXP lane. What do you think about that?
I was expecting a Hayabusa for themselves, but like they're just sticking with the Roger themselves. Like even if the ABM doesn't like just expect to pick an Hayabusa for themselves, I do think so. Like they could go for a Roger gold lane. Like the Crisis could probably play a Roger onto the gold lane. Then the Serar Moon, he could just go for that Hayabusa. He was playing like a real assassin, man. I would really have to appreciate that gameplay. But never mind. Like I do think so. He's just going to stick with the Harith for themselves. On to the last match. I do think like they're just stealing one hero from them because the Radium was onto the Harith. So do you think like looking onto the last draft, this is the answer for them?
I mean, quite saying like Asuna in the previous game, he was playing the same hero, but talking about the EXP lane, we can see a switch coming in from both of the side. That is the Tracer along with the Phobius, and also for a gold lane, I don't think like it would be a same, but this time Crisis is on that Harith. Meanwhile, I don't think like Radium could probably go and grab that Nathan right away, and if they want to, but again, what is open in the meta picks? I don't see a Hylos, and Apex could probably go for a Hylos if they want. I mean, giving the glorious pathway over to that Hylos could be a sustainable pick, and I don't think like Hylos just dancing over to that Harith would be coming in handy. But look at that, he will be just locking down that Kufra bouncing ball over to that Harith, making sure he nullifies those blinks.
And to just fulfill the reverse picks from the AVM, all the Radium has to do is just pick the Nathan at this moment because Suzumi has stole that Phobius from Mirio, and we can see that Crisis has stolen that Harith from Radium. So the only thing that fulfills the satisfaction is the Radium going and picking that Nathan, but that's actually not going to happen. And as you said, the Epics, the only thing they need right now is that one win. So they'll just stick to the comfort at this moment. Like you can see Kufra, the Epics, the signature hero. Like the Tyrant's Revenge and the flicker plays from him, it's going to be really brutal to watch, Sasuke.
You know what could work in handy for that Apex? I mean, not Apex, but against the Kufra, I do think like Jawhead could work, and along with that, Minotaur could work as well if they want to go. But you know, seeing the heroes, I do see a Hanzo along with the Yin. Those are quite good heroes. You know, a respect fan coming in towards J, but meanwhile, ABM just marking down, making sure they get their hands over to that Aurora along with that Carmela. So no, pretty good of sustainable CC mage for bid this time.
Man, like they're just casually banning out one by one hero, as you said, like the Hanzo and the Yin of Jay. Like, now what else has he up his sleeve to just pick it at this moment? And also, it's going to be none other than that Amon onto the jungle, the soul shards. Do you think that will be enough to kill that 4vs or either the Harit? Because if the dash is perfectly connected, I don't think the soul shards will be connected and giving damage.
Technically, how Amon is, he's quite a snaky assassin to be honest. And yeah, if he has stacks around the soul shard, which you just mentioned, if he has around 18 or 21, my oh my, the damage coming in from those shards are alone to melt down Crisis and Serrar at this point. But you know, for the last two picks, I am quite excited to see what eliminators could be go for their roamer along with that mage, and we are seeing Faram is being locked away as it will be Kimi over to that Tigreal.
And I would like to mention, they have picked your favorite hero, Sasuke, that Terizla. We can see. What do you think about that pick?
Oh, you know, it's not one of my favorite heroes, but I do know, like, where are you going with that right now? Speak for yourself, one trick Darroth player, man.
Man, like let's just skip those things and let's just dive right onto the draft again. And do you think like only thing they need right now is the perfect gold laner for themselves, as to just counter lane perfectly against that Crisis, and it's going to be that Moscow. So do you think like even if he just goes for the split push, he'll be just right onto the team fight with the perfect spear of destruction?
That is if the Spear of Destruction is connecting to any one of the members of Team Eliminators. But I do think like this time the draft, they are pretty revolving around CC. I mean, both of the teams. We can see there is ton amount of CC, but in the middle lane, I do think like Asuna might have an upper hand with that Vexana along with that Eternal card which he has in the middle lane. But let's not forget about Pid. I don't agree like. Talking about the mid lane itself, Ramis to have a low hand, but again, the supports he provide with his ultimate providing, and you know, and another extra shield just to do some extra plays or buy some times in team fight.
And they have the energy to just back off from every team fight because there's bid, and regardless of the fact, we'll be just diving right onto the Land of Dawn. This is the match number 3 and the score is 2-0. Let's see if the team eliminators are back into the game or it's going to be a clean sweep. Please, Sasuke, take it away.
Well, you know, it's not going to be a clean sweep because in the best of 7 series, one team has to win 4 of the games. But look at that mid-engage Apex just jumping around over to that enemies. Kimi along with that build, knocking down both off. Imagine if Asuna just connected that second skill, it would be some damage dealt, and maybe both of those were forced to recall to the base.
And oh, like we can see that Apex is going really aggressive at this point. Like the build, he just chunked down like the 80% of his HP, and the Litho, it has been taken from Jay. He's just going back to the blue buff. Serrar with his both of the buffs, he's just ready to gang onto the gold lane. And we can see like Apex, he's just looking for an engage with the Tyrant's Revenge, and he was just giving those visions for his team. We can see onto the bot side, Radium, he wants to clear the lane, but I think so like the Crisis, he was just going with a freeze laning.
You're right about that, but look at that. Kimi already trying to grab Asuna over there, but as of now, he will be just backing it off because both of them. Oh, wait a minute, those is just some nasty plays coming in from Apex. He was right about time, but just a bit short from the jump, it seems though.
And meanwhile, onto the top side, we can see like there's 1v1 brawl happening between Mirio and Suzumi. Like always, those EXP laners have those tough fights between themselves to just show who's much more powerful. And we can see Jay, he's just rotating onto the EXP lane. I think he's just waiting for the turtle to spawn so that the Kufra, the Apex, he'll be just patiently waiting inside the bush, and Sarah Moon looking for the open fire. But never mind, that's not going to happen. They're going with the soul shards, and the flicker has been baited, but the first blood has been taken from Jay onto that pit, and Suzumi just falls into the hands of that Mirio at this point because the Tyrant's Revenge, oh my god, sorry, because the execution strike from Mirio, it just gave a lot of damage along with the Eternal Guard just falling right onto his face.
That was some mistakes coming in from Eliminators, but we can see again ultimate being popped up from Terizla. But again, look at that. Jay securing the first free uncontested turtle for his team, and it's just back again towards his jungle. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We can see like ABM taking the gold lead as we speak. I don't want to see the builds like what is like Jay is going to make up is for his current, because in the early game we know, wait a minute, there might be some spicy things coming in the middle lane.
And like the Kufra, the FX, he's so aggressive, man. We can see, oh, but the Sacred Hammer goes. But the Soul Shards, it wasn't enough to just melt down that Kimi at this point. And he will just have to wait for that ultimate to come back. And meanwhile, this Mirio, he's just camping onto the mid lane. He just waiting patiently. If someone comes, I'm just going to use the penalty zone along with the ultimate. The penalty zone along with the flicker.
I mean, imagine using a penalty zone along with the ultimate. I mean, that is quite. I mean, I don't know. My brain is not compiling those things which you just mentioned it, man.
Let's just drop it off. Oh, but onto the top side, we can see it's going to be 1v1 brawl happening. He's just casually just bouncing back and forth. Then we can see Jay. He's just patiently waiting, but he wants to take the kill onto that. Suzumi at this point, the shoulder shots perfectly connected, but he falls down into the hands of Sailor Moon. There goes the perfect implosion. They don't have enough damage to take it down, but Bid, he wants to take the kill onto that Mirio, but he will actually not secure the kill onto him.
I don't think like this might be a good score or good tie, because in that previous team fight it was a 1-2-1 trade, but again it was an EXP for an hyper, and I don't think like that is a good trade for team Eliminators just to grow their golds. Again, after 2 minutes we are seeing Eliminators catching that gold lead not far away, only 800 gold. So even in this team, the next turtle which will be spawning as we speak, if team Eliminators manage to do or either take it, they'll be probably growing ahead in the terms of gold lead.
And we can see that Apex, he just wanted to go for the Tyrant's Revenge, but also we can see the Turtle. The J, there's absolutely no contest. Like, there's the Soul Shards and the Retribution goes to the J, and it's a perfect Turtle has been taken from J, and they're just going back for the rotation onto the gold side. If they don't if they don't gang the gold lane, I do think the Crisis, he will be just giving a lot of damage to the Chrono Dash and the Synchro Vision. But meanwhile, onto the mid side, we can see, oh, it's going to be the Sacred Hammer and the Implosion. There goes the Tyrant's Rage, but it's actually not going to happen. The Suzumi just bouncing back and forth onto that Kufra. He just wanted to give a lot of damage, but there pulls the penalty zone onto that bed. He wants to secure the kill onto him, and he actually perfectly secures the kill. There goes the Spear of Destruction and Apex. He wants to go for the perfect engage, but Suzumi looking in some trouble. He just falls into the hands of Jay, and Sarah Moon, he just pays his revenge onto him, but the Soul Shard perfectly taking the kill onto the Crisis and the double kill, but he's just going shut it down by that Roger.
My, I have to say like that was quite a prolonged team fight, but again I don't know which team did get the most benefit. Again, like this time again, Jay managed to tie it, and I don't think like Saramon is on 3-0, pretty doing well if you talk me in terms of jungle. I mean, at this point, I don't think like Roger would be on his power spike. In the next team fight, we can see like he's already snowballing with those 3 kills, so he might be dealing an amount of damage towards that Jay, along with that also now onto that Vexana.
And man, like the Apex, he's so aggressive, man. He's just finding one way to just perfectly get those Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. But the Rage, it barely connects to someone because there's Sacred Hammer and the Implosion to just disrupt all of his skills. But meanwhile, we can see there's Kimi. He just wants to ambush that Moscow, but never mind, that's actually not going to happen. We can see Jay just stealing the creeps of that Serra Moon onto the bot side. There goes the Sacred Hammer onto that Apex. He's looking for an engage, but there's Crisis and the Serra Moon. He's just forcing off onto the bot lane, but there goes, he has the backup. There's the, but oh, look at the Jay. There is absolutely no contest. He's just watching onto the map, the perfect map rotation, and the Jay, absolutely no contest for the turtle. And there goes the penalty zone onto that Suzumi. He's looking in some trouble. There goes the Vengeance, but the Tyrant's Revenge perfectly misses. There goes another realm. They're just giving a lot of backup on his team. There goes the Meteor. He's just giving a lot of damage with the pen. Oh my god, the execution strike, and there falls Suzumi in the hands of Meteor, and the Meteor, he falls as well, and the bid secures the kill onto that Vexana. Oh my god, a team fight and the split push from Radium. Like, he's just watching all the map, and he actually gets that turret.
That's the plus point of having the Moscow in your team. Like, you could do the split push thing until and unless you get all of the items, because we know like Moscow is quite mid to late game heroes, but in the bot lane I do think like we might be in some trouble as we see our V2 situation for the Crisis Silver.
But what do you mean by we are in some trouble, Sasuke? Okay, that's not good to talk about. But onto that Crisis, he was looking for definitely in some trouble. But onto the mid side, we can see there's some ganking happening in the pit. The Jay, he just takes the kill onto that bed at this moment. He actually didn't have the Nether Realm with him, because even if he goes for the Purify, there was some actually expectations for him to survive. But oh my god, the perfect flicker plays from that Kufra and the penalty zone from that Terisla, and the perfectly implosion goes in the hands of that Tigreal, but the soul shards taken and secures the kill onto that Kimi. There goes a tank. Like, there was like 2 to 3 people just falling into that CC, but the only one person to fall down was that Kimi.
That is true. Kimi is doing all his best to protect his backline in the team fights, and the previous team fight I do think like it was Team Eliminators giving the huge profit, but again we might see Suzumi falling into some trouble in middle lane when we do situation, and he'll be falling down as Jay will be doing that amount of damage over to that Suzumi and quietly currently rotating towards the top lane. Man, oh man, I do have to see the itemization which are being used, as we can see like Roger already due on to that Windtalker along with that Vorax, and is already made that Thunder Belt. No wonder he will be just too sustaining along with the tanky and will be dealing too much damage though. Meanwhile, you can see, just Radium being a sneaky player pushing around the lanes. Right now he's just over to the top lane, and the first turtle, I mean not the turtle but the Lord of the game is spawned up, and we can see like there is a bit skirmish going on. Silver to play.
And the Lord, I mean, they're just casually baiting out. If you see on the Radium, like, there's no one paying attention to him. He's just stealing all the turrets because he has the Sphere of Destruction to join the team fight as fast as possible. And we can see Jay, he's just revealing the position of that Kimi. Whoa! But the flicker play from that Apex along the penalty zone is there. He has absolutely no chance, but the Rethalem goes perfectly with the flicker, but he does not survive with all those damage coming in onto him. Then we can see the Salmon Force, it was perfectly just connected for himself, and there goes the Tyrant's Revenge for that Apex. He was actually looking for an engage onto that Serra Moon, but it's actually not going to happen. But the Eternal Guard, it is giving damage to that bid, but it wasn't enough to get him. But oh my god, that the Vengeance and the oh my god, the Eternal Pursuit has been taken onto that Radium, and he falls into the hands of Suzuni at this point. He's just looking for an engage, but he falls into the hands of Suna as well, and there goes the Salmon Force. They have just patiently just took the revenge against those team, and the Jay, he just falls into the hands of Serra Moon. They're looking for an engage onto the Apex, but he doesn't have that damage with the bouncing ball. Oh my god, and the bid is looking in some trouble. He's just casually playing catch with him. Can you catch me? And yep, he falls for that Kufra as well.
Man, oh man, a 3 for 3 a trade, but this time I don't think like Serra Moon might be in some trouble as he is too quite low, and there is the Apex. He might be in some trouble. There is the bouncy ball along with the damage. Oh, wait a minute, there is the Kimi. Wait, ooh, how did he do that? Spear of Destruction barely misses him, and there might be some team fight, but wait a minute, both the teams are disengaging as they don't have any utilities to provide along with damage defense though.
And like Kimi, he's just like he's just roaming in that jungle. But this Eternal Guard just giving his vision as much as he can. And Mirio, he wants to cut the waves, but he doesn't have the chance to get though. Like the Lord is still there, they're just patiently waiting for it to get the level 2, the Luminous slot, and there goes the Apex. The Bush was left alone. So the Apex, he actually wanted to prioritize the position at that point. But there's Kimi, even if he goes for the Tyrant's Revenge, there would be Kimi to just back him off. And also like there's Faramis and the Tigreal. They're just waiting there. If the Kufra just goes for the engage, he'll just pull him for his teammates and give a perfect set for the team. And also like there's Jay. Like he actually he has to just get for a camouflage perfectly to go for an engage, but oh, they're looking for an engage. We can see Bit. He actually wanted to just reveal the position of their Asuna and the Apex.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we can see like Radium might be in some trouble, but look at that, Suzumi paying attention to the lanes because he know Radium is quite doing a sneaky plays. We might see a Kena battlefield time. Silver 2 match to take it off.
Oh my god, like the perfect camouflage blaze doesn't exist, but I do think he'll be able to escape, but Bid, he wants to go for the kill, and oh my god, no way can he escape that. Oh my god, that perfectly engaged onto that Mirio, he's just giving a lot of damage and a backup. Like there's Bid, he just saves the day for that Suzumi, as well as the Crisis. The Nether Realm is working perfectly for them. There goes the Diamond Force, and the Apex falls into the hands of that Crisis at this moment. The Eternal Guard is still there to give a lot of damage, and the Mirio, he just falls into the hands of that Lycan Pounce taken from that Serrar Moon. And that Jay, what a clutch, man, what a clutch.
No, man. You know what Bit did in the overall team fight? He was quite low. He clutched with the Winter Crown, but again, we might see Jai being used to soul shards and he'll be just packing off as of now. Talking about the Bit in the previous team fight, you know, he just clutched. The final moment, he was minus 5% of HP and was about to bonk the hammer from Mirio, but again, he did a beautiful outplay. There goes Team Eliminators this time taking the Lord for themselves, and this will be a second Lord of level 12 Luminous Lord.
I do think it's going to be just giving them a lot of payback because, you know, the Jay, he was actually looking for a kill, but it was actually the overextension coming in from him. We can see the Suzumi, he's totally left alone. If the Jay wanted to go for the kill, I don't think he was being able to because the Vengeance, it would just give back a lot of damage. And Jay, he is looking for an engage on to that Serrar mood. He doesn't have any backup with him though.
You know, as we are moving forward to the game, we are already in minus 10 minutes of the game, and in the whole game, I don't think like the core lead was minus 1 to 2k, but we might see in some trouble as Suzumi will be doing a 1v4 situation, and there might be a possible team fight in the top lane this time, but looking at the positions coming in from Eliminators, they'll be securing the top tier 2 Lord. But look at that Moscow sneaky plays again. He's just doing and melting down the Lord, and he'll be done with it. A quick recall is what it's needed for Radium.
Man, like that was a late reaction coming in from Team Eliminators. Like they should just pour out the Moscow. Like he's just waiting patiently to just come and kill him. But they actually just didn't win. They was actually looking for an engage, but they didn't go so far. The Kimi, he still doesn't have the flicker with him. So the implosion flicker plays won't be happening at this moment. Even if he goes for the implosion, they actually need someone to pull them off. Or either there could be a scenario where the Apex goes for an overextension. There goes the Jay. He's looking for in some trouble, but there goes the camouflage. He's definitely looking in some trouble. It's not going to be a clutch second time. It's going to be only the one time that's actually going to happen. And there's no second time in turn for that Jay. He was just going for the overextension, man.
You know, I was about to say, like, Team Eliminators, they could probably try out or kill the overextending members because, you know, Radium was just doing a sneaky split push all the time. So if they could bait up, but wait a minute, we might see a team fight.
Oh my god, the perfectly Nether Realm is there to just give them a lot of backup along with the HP with themselves. There goes the Diamond Force. He was actually looking for a push to that mid tier. But the Apex with the perfect Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage saves the day for the mid tier. But
you know, Kimi won't be lucky that, you know, because Apex already managed to spot him at
perfectly, the Tyrant's Revenge and the Bouncing Ball is there to give a lot of damage to the pit, and the pit falls into the hands of that Cooper, and the Serrar Moon perfectly secures the kill, and along the penalty zone is there, but it was actually pretty late, so we are not going to count it out. Onto the mid lane, he is looking for an engage again, but he still doesn't have the flicker ready with him. So the Jay, like, he was actually just waiting patiently to just get a kill. But never mind, like they should just wait for the Lord, because like there's one person down. It was actually two people down, but the bed is still there back in the team.
No way, no way that Saramon did a 1v4 situation over there and got a kill and successfully went out of the team fight. How did he manage to pull that strings off? But okay, that is the level 3 Lord. Look at the position coming in from Jay this time. We might be doing for a sneaky play. Silverhawk, what do you think about this team fight going on right now?
Oh my god, what a play coming in from the team eliminators, and they'll be perfectly shutting down that Jay. He was looking for a Lord steal, but his position was way too off. He didn't have much backup. So even if someone goes for the backup, all they would be is just having a lot of codes just lying onto the ground. Because the Epics, the Asuna, they were so far away. They couldn't even give a lot of backup. There's Suzumi. He actually wanted to secure the kill onto that Radium, but Radium is way too far back. And the Lord, I do think it was the biggest mistake that Jay could have ever done. And there's go to the Eternal Guard. He's just giving a lot of frontline to his team. We can see the Kimi. He's looking for an engage along the Suzumi. And there goes the Apex just charging with the Tyrant's Revenge. And there goes the Eternal Pursuit. And the Vengeance has been popped up. They just casually locking onto the base. The perfectly the Zaman Force and the Chrono Dash is still there to just chunk the HP down of that base. What a play and the payback given to the team ABM, man, Sasuke.
Oh my, that's absolutely words off. I don't know what to speak because that comeback from Team Eliminators was just on to point. That Zaman Force locked onto the enemy base, making sure once the Lord is in the range, I'm just gonna focus. I don't care about anything else popping on. That Purifier, I'll be just marking and doing my job. But look at that. Wolf, Hungry Wolf, we talk about Center, the first pick for Team Eliminators was definitely coming in handy. Look at that 904 plays coming in from him. And talking about the stats, we can see like the damage dealt from Serarmon was just too obnoxious. We can see a 28% damage, along with that Suzumi doing 29% damage. I have to say, Silver, like this Phobius is just lurking around, making his way into the meta of EXP laners.
Man, like as you just said, I would like to say like the perfect KD doesn't exist, and Sarah Moon be like, hold my beer, bro, because it's like 904, man. What do you think about that, Sasuke, though?
Well, no, dealing against ABM, I mean that is quite commendable.
That's absolutely true.
What went wrong for Team ABM? I could say like Radium was just too fixated over to the pushing the side lanes, and he was not having a good time in the team fight because this Suzumi was just over his head, bonking around here and there, making sure he is just marking him down. And with the Vengeance, he is quite an annoying boy, I have to say that. But that will be, ladies and gentlemen, as it will be the game be taken away from Team Eliminators as they'll be grabbing the first victory for their team.
And Sasuke, like if you talk about the split push that Radium has done, as you mentioned, like the Lord, he was just casually melting down the Lord, man. But whatever, it's not going to happen. And this was the match number 3. We'll be seeing you into the match number 4 after a very short break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your caster, Fredo, and I'm here with my friend, the one and only Kronos, and we are here to witness the fourth game of the series. And we are seeing that ABM is still leading with one game on its hand, and we will find out next if we will be seeing eliminators equalize this gap, or will ABM be taking that 3-1 lead. So, Kronos, take it away and show us your skills on how you will analyze this game right now.
Hey, thank you so much, Fredo. I've never had someone tell me to go and analyze an entire game, but however, it is nice to be up on the desk with you. I think it's the first time with you, Fredo. I'm pretty much excited to see what's going to happen for this one, especially given the fact that Eliminators were actually able to take a game away from ABM, which is not heard of previously, because ABM have been a dominant force to deal with all the time. But for now, at this point, let's see how they will go about and break it down for the next one, especially game number 4, given the fact that it's 2-1, Fredo. If you take a look at the bans, they do not want to deal with that Ruby whatsoever, and they take away the Ling as well. But on the other side, the same respect goes on towards the Xborg from Jay. They have been having troubles with it in the past and do not want to deal with it whatsoever. So taking it off the table completely alongside the chip, which is absolutely a priority pick. From now, ABM, I'm expecting a Zushin ban to come out. And on the other side, Eliminators should be looking to ban out the Zask as well. So that's what I think is going to happen. But what do you think is going to happen for this one, Fredo? Oh, it's the other way around.
Well, it was the other way around, and Zask has been banned by the side of ABM. And I won't be surprised if I see a ban coming up on the Hayabusa of Serrar Moon as well. But right now, we see Team Eliminators on their ban, and I think they will be looking to ban out the Hanzo again, maybe, because Jay has been his entire team in the first 2 games, as we already saw. But okay, they will be going with a very standard Zushin ban right now, and I think Team ABM will be locking on the Roger as well. And the first pick of Roger has been lifesaver for the side of eliminators. So do you think eliminators, they have just missed out on the game carrying Roger which they got in the last game? So do you think ABM will be looking to dominate, and what do you think will be the plan of eliminators this time, because they don't have the game carrying Roger this time on Serrar Moon?
Yeah, I agree that Roger is an absolutely priority pick, and looks like they wanted to make that trade and pick it up for themselves, ABM. But on the other side, Eliminators go for the first pick, Vexana. We've seen the trade for the Vexana and the Aurora coming in, and the Terizla, an absolute monster in the hands of Mirio, but Suzumi is no stone unturned as well. Just going to be jumping in with that penalty zone on towards the back line, but Radium going once again on this Harriet, going to be dealing out a lot of the damage coming in from the Chrono Dashes, Synchro Fission, dropping the Zaman Force, making sure to provide the slow and the carry that his team needs. But Mirio going in with the Phoveus this time around. So it can be a one-sided story, but I love this Carmilla pick that comes in from Kimi. Absolutely monstrous. Going to use that Curse of Blood to get the link and destroy them one after the other in all one fell swoop. Combination with that Eternal Guard as well. But banning out the Aurora means that they can choke down the mid lane from the side of Eliminators, and they're looking to choke down the junglers for the side of ABM. So taking out the Hayabusa, and next looking to be that Nolan maybe, or probably an Amon, not really sure, but the Valentina is there being banned out. As I said, choking the mid lane options for Asuna, but Asuna has a wide hero pool, and the Alpha being taken off as well.
Well, the bans have been targeted on Serrar Moon as well as on Asuna as we speak, and we can see that if you have just noticed that ABM have just picked the heroes which ET has used in the last game. So do you think it will be a Uno reverse game where ABM will just completely annihilate ET like the last game in which ET did to ABM? Do you think things will turn out that way this time, because the picks are completely same on both sides, I guess, except for this Carmilla?
Yeah, I think it can be a different story that they're trying to write as well. But at the same time, this jungle choke that's coming in, they go for the Nathan once again in the gold lane in the hands of Crisis that absolutely destroys people in the late game. Like you mentioned, once he gets the Starlium side, the Holy Crystal, you're basically doing all the true damage. But like you said, Fredo, it is looking like a similar kind of draft, but I'm not sure about this Jawhead once again. You need that early game power spike, but however, looking at the side of Eliminators, they want to take to the late game because they have the Nathan. That late game is where this hero shines, but however, they want to get the early snowball with this Roger, pick up this Jawhead in the roam position, and now looking to close it out in the mid lane. Possibly, I would say Chang'e is still available. You have what else can be played at the mid lane at this point? Because I'm just scratching for answers at this point, Fredo.
Yeah, but okay, they are showing the Novaria on the screen. About Novaria because they do lack the damage in the early game. So I think the vision provided by Novaria will be of good use to prevent themselves from getting killed out of nowhere in the early game because of the damage coming in from Vexana with that deadly grasp as well. The CC coming in from the deadly grasp might be able to pick out the Roger in the front line. So that's why the Vexana's deadly grasp has to be countered with the vision provided by this Novaria. And we can see that the Julian is being shown on the screen along with the Nolan as well. I guess the Nolan will be a better pick here, especially considering the snowball potential which this hero has, which is really required right now, because they do have a Nathan for the late game, but they do not have much damage in the early game. So yeah, there is a very good damage potential for that side of ET in the early game with that Vexana and this Nolan, as well as the Crisis with his Nathan in the late game. So I think ET has their draft covered for every phase of the game, but I don't think we can say the same for the side of ABM. What do you say about that?
I think ABM do have it covered, right? I mean, I beg to differ with what you're saying. We can agree to disagree at this point because they have the Jawhead for the early game. They also have how they're going to hunt down the mid to late game with this Novaria and Fulvius and the Harith for just destroying them in towards the team fights later on. But however, we are going to get into game number 4, Fredo, in this best of 7 series. ABM actually dropping one game into the hands of Eliminators, but will this be the sweep that we are looking for, the reverse sweep comeback? Maybe possible 2-2, or will it be match point for ABM? Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and friends of all ages, we are getting ready to go into the land of Dawn for game number 4. Once again, ABM on the blue side, Eliminators on the red. I'm your caster Kronos. Alongside me is Fredo. Fredo, what do you think is going to happen for this one?
Well, in this game, I think the things which are going to happen are this way. ET will be, dominating the early game pretty good because of their composition, especially with this Vexana and this Nolan. But I think things may go to the side of ABM as the game starts getting late, hitting around that 7 or 8 minute mark when, Harith will be having those items on him, the Holy Crystal and the Scarlium Skite. So, ABM will be holding out a little bit, and as we speak, we can see the early domination already taking place. We can see the Vexana just poking out that Roger's HP like it's nothing.
Yeah, and you can see at the same time, Novaria, Asuna actually trying to steal some creeps of it. I'm not really sure if they actually stole that bear as well. Now Serrar on towards the goal lane, trying to make the rotation. And Nolan's actually really fast when it comes to farming up. And given the fact that Apex is actually mirroring the rotation of Kimi, understanding that they need that early game power spike. But however, if they let go of this Nolan, he is going to be a monster come mid-game. So it's a battle of the junglers so far, but at the same time, the vision control is what it's all about.
Yeah, the vision control is pretty good coming in from the side of Apex and Kimi. Apex and Kimi both trying to give...
Oh my god, it's looking spicy with the Lycan pounds. Jay trying to go in for a little bit more, Fredo. But at the same time, they have to back off, understanding that the rotation was made by Serrara and Bid at the same time. And that was quite close for comfort.
Yeah, that was pretty close there. I mean, it could have been a first blood situation there, but both the teams, they know their weaknesses and they know their strengths, so they will be backing off and not taking unnecessary damage there. and the first turtle has already come up, but I don't see both the teams. Okay, Apex is hiding in that bush. Apex is hiding in that bush, and he's providing.
Oh, ejector! He gets the whole one missile away, even missing the Astro recall as well. That was so close, and I'm glad you pointed that out as well, Fredo, because Apex was looking to dominate him in the early game. That's exactly what a Jawhead is all about: getting that ejector, getting those smart missiles, and destroying them in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, now Turtle is up. They get the stun on towards Apex. He doesn't have the unstoppable force yet. So waiting and biding their time to get the turtle started, as Jay is a level 6 compared to Serrar's level 5. So the level difference should be there when it comes to fighting this turtle. And seems like they're just feeling each other out. There's the ejector along with the unstoppable force. Suzumi goes for the penalty zone along with the eternal guard. They get it. First blood goes onto the hands of Jay. They get another pick off on the side, so it's EXP for EXP trade. Meanwhile, the gold lane Radium taken low by the super position coming in from Crisis, as the side of Eliminators actually able to get the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, things are just happening as we expected them to be, and Crisis is a little low right now, and he will be taking down Apex, but Radium will get his hands on that, Nathan. And do you think Serrar Moon will be taking out the Harriet right now?
Oh, Radium, he's going for a Synchro Fission Chrono Dash, doesn't have enough mana, but gets taken down by Kimi. And right now, look at Jay, he is hungry. The Lycan form wants to go for the pounce to get the kill, but being cornered and protected by Kimi and Bit at the same time means he can't really dive in, so tries to steal the jungle, the creeps that he can in the meantime. But right now, Fredo, looks like it's a 50-50. It looks like it's game number 1 again, and they're just feeling each other out because the Eliminators want to take them by the neck, but ABM just don't want to give it away.
Yeah, ABM won't give up without a fight, especially this Jawhead coming in right now. Oh my god. Bit survived by a bit.
Oh, look at Astro Recall. He gets him so close, so low. Not able to get the kill. Apex with the Jawhead sitting in those death bushes, able to take off whoever he needs. Even went for the concussive blast to dish out a little bit more damage. So you can tell clearly that Apex is able to control the river, control the map for the side of ABM, and Eliminators, just like they picked the Nathan, they're just biding their time to play for the late game.
Yeah, you're right about that, and we can see Serrar Moon poking on that Roger. And you know, I'm still wondering how the side of ABM was able to think of this Novaria pick, which was on my mind already. I mean, this Novaria has been a very good force, with especially along with those, you know, those blasts coming in, just like the missiles which you just mentioned. So those are very useful right now. And as you speak,
ooh, Eternal Guard, but Crisis still able to survive. They get the kill onto his Radium. Apex falls. Look at Curse of Blood comes out. They use the penalty zone. They get 3 in the process. Fredo, oh my god. Call it fire and ice combination. It seems like ABM get the heat on them, but they get instantly cooled off when Eliminators are just able to make that rotation, but almost stealing the turtle Asuna, but the retribution is on point. Mirio can't really do anything at this point. Fredo, that was, well, you know, I understand the rotation, but the fact that they are actually applying the pressure every single time means it's a different story. And Suzumi here gets caught, but should be able to survive. However, they're actually biting off more than they can chew. He's forcing out the flicker as well. And they want to go for a little bit more, but that's a Carmilla, that's the tank. You don't want to be using all your skills on there. But hey, that's kind of a W for ABM in a way.
whoa. We can see Apex almost catching out that Vexana off guard, you know, without that vision in that bush. And we can see Serrar Moon also about to take down the Apex, but he's a tank and he's too tanky for that to happen. Serrar Moon will be going back. But that Roger might be a little out of position right now, and Nolan is ready to punish the Roger, but you know, Roger will be able to escape. That was a narrow escape.
He won.
Vision.
He was very narrow indeed. It was really narrow, Fredo, with the fact that, you know, even Mirio just picked up the Thunder, but looking at it looks like they want to go for a little bit more and towards the bot side, able to get the top tower. They get the bot next, and now they should be looking to go for the mid lane. And Apex, you just saw a couple of minutes ago, he had so much control in the river, but now slowly being given away. And look at that, they go for the penalty zone on towards Mirio, forcing out the Vengeance as well, so they can't really dive in on towards the mid lane, but they're slowly trying to bide their time. They want to get rid of Mirio as fast as possible, realizing that he's the one that has to peel for the team. Meanwhile, on the top side, Suzumi gets caught out with the net as well, and the Lycan form going in. He should get the Lycan pounds for the kill. Yes, he does. And Jay picks it up, but Serar Moon, here he comes. He does have the fracture. He doesn't go for it. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, they get the kill on towards Apex once again. Crisis, an absolute monster with this. Nathan, level 10, in fact. And that is one level ahead of Radium. And you can tell the difference between the goal laners as the turtle's up.
Yep, they do have the Nathan and the Nolan who can chunk down the turtle in seconds, even before the enemy can arrive on that turtle. And you just saw that happening right now. And as we speak, man, do you think the game is just going as it was supposed to? Because, you know, I don't think Team Eliminators would really want this game to drag on too long because of the power spikes coming in on that Harry and that Roger when they get their items. And
Crisis was in a crisis there indeed. He was between a rock and a hard place against the Roger and the Phoveus. Jay and Miria absolutely pounced on him, picked up the kill that was so much more needed. And now, once again, ABM are looking to take that control in the mid lane. And Fredo, to answer your question, I think, you know, it's not exactly going according to ABM's plan because they want to get a little bit more in the early game and they don't have the kills to show for it. Neither do they have the goal lead. So now this Jawhead is kind of rendered useless, but at the same time, they get the kill down. But Mirio is able to get out of there thanks to Serar's fracture, who is on a killing spree right now. And Jay is forced to back off and not allowed to farm in his own jungle as the rotation. Look at that. Just a few minutes ago, we saw Apex being the aggressor, but now is Kimmy as they look at a pounce in the mid lane and the penalty zone being used along with Entropy. They have the deadly grasp on towards Apex. They use the Eternal Guard as well. The kill is there. They get it. Meanwhile, the back line, Suzumi gets taken down by Jay. The Roger was able to pounce on them. He gets a double. He gets a triple. He should go for more, but he doesn't. There's the mega kill coming on to Serar. So 3-for-2 trade indeed in the favor of ABM. But they're able to get that mid lane turret eliminator. So you can say it's a 50-50 trade. But at the same time, ABM looking to get back that goal lead and try to end it with the first or second Lord. But Crisis on this Nathan will be a monster come late game.
Crisis on that Nathan will be able to carry Eliminators in the late game, and that's why they have been, you know, pressurizing him so hard. You know, his KDA was not like this before, but in just 2 minutes, he has been taken down twice. And that is a big loss on the side of Eliminators. But, you know, thanks to that mid lane tower gone, now they will be able to rotate more freely on the map and have more map control. But the side of we can see that the Lord has been taken down right now.
And look at that, Echo coming out, but at the backside, Jay goes for it. The Hail Mary plays there. They get the shutdown on towards Serar. They pick up the Lord as well. And right now, as the Mon forces drop, Radium's just dishing out the damage. They get a monster kill. They're destroying them to pieces. They get 3 in return. Suzumi should be the 4th. Meanwhile, they get the double up top. That's a full 5-man wipeout as ABM are able to pick up the Lord thanks to that pincer maneuver coming in from top, bot, and the left side of the map near the Lord. Able to take them all by storm. Now take 2 turrets down mid lane. They should be looking to get the inhibitor as well, as the Lord should be marching down the top lane. And now they'll be looking to end the game in one fell swoop. They actually want to go for it right now. I don't think they should, but they're trying to bite off more than they could chew. And they go back, dropping the Zaman Force to provide the slow for the disengage. The Lord is still up, running healthy, and possibly looking to maximize it, getting 2 super minion waves, Fredo.
Yeah, they will be able to get 2 super minion waves by freezing that lane for a while, but the side of Eliminators will be losing a lot of towers right now, and that engage right there, you know, we just saw Jay going in on that backline and, you know, dealing so much damage while they were, you know, focusing on Jay. Mirio jumped in as well, and it was a very nice team fight coming from the side of ABM. Very nice, very composed, very professional, if you say. And that was the way they were able to win that, you know, wipe out for their side.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the word you were looking at there was discipline, Fredo. Absolute discipline. You know, they're not looking to get that ring of power like they do in Lord of the Rings at the moment, just like the name Fredo says. But at this point, they want to take it slow, realizing that it is their game, it's in their hands. And if they give it away, it will be a big slip on their side. So looking to dominate, make it match point, take game four quite easy, and call it a 4-1. But at the same time, eliminators, they realize, they understand that they can defend. So waiting and biding time, waiting for the call from Crisis. If Crisis say, hey, let's go for the fight, I know they're going to pounce on it for sure. But at the same time, Crisis, if he's not available for the team fight, they can't really do anything. So they got to protect him. And Serrar should be looking to get that pick off on towards Radium or on towards Asuna, who's actually in the back line. Hasn't died a single time right now. 207, sitting quite pretty on this Novaria. Once they get this Novaria, it will be easier for the side of Eliminators to actually pick up a win. But I think it all comes down to the positioning of ABM, and will Apex actually be able to get the right ejector?
Yeah, this Novaria has been annoying for the side, and I think if this Novaria goes down, then they will be able to win the team fights as well. But I will not deny the fact that the Roger of Jay has been doing quite a lot in this game, and he has been able to do the most damage as well from his side. But support coming in from Mirio when he dives in the backline is also a crucial factor in that process as well. But as we speak, we can see that the Lord has come up, and this is a luminous Lord, and it will be very important for the side of Eliminators to be able to take down this Lord, because they need this Lord to replenish the setback which they have just faced a few minutes ago. And the farm difference is just piling up at the moment, and Crisis will be facing 3 deaths from that KDA. He has just died 3 times like continuously, and it's not good for the side of Eliminators right now. It's not looking good as well.
I agree, Fredo. It's like Eliminators are trying to get the advantage, but you can see that this Jawhead is such a big threat. With Jawhead not being seen around the map, but Crisis can't really come forward, and every single time he does, it's like he's stepping on a landmine, and he's just biding time. And look at that, they come up the Astro Recall trying to find him. Jay's positioning as well, they're all spread out around the map, and finally they get the ejector on towards Bid. But here comes the big Curse of Blood play as well. Meanwhile, the backline, Jay's after destroying them. They get the kill on towards Radium as well, 1 by 1, 1-for-1 trade, and now they're trying to go for more. Suzumi here doesn't have the penalty zone anymore. Mirio getting zoned out, he goes for the bonks on top of each other, but now he gets zoned out. He is singled out completely. Meanwhile, ABM trying to end the game as Asuna is there providing the damage, but here comes Jay with the Lycan bounce. He gets the kill on towards Kimi, so 2-for-2 trade indeed. Apex is still alive. He goes for the unstoppable force, but they get the kill on towards Suzumi. And now for the next one, it is a 3-for-2 trade. Finally, ABM, even giving a slip of what, for me in my words, able to pick up that team fight and dividing them and absolutely destroying them, but not going for the Lord yet, Fredo. They're still not going for the Lord.
Well, I think they do have some members down, so they are not ready to take the Lord yet. They might be afraid that the Nolan will be able to take down that Lord or steal it as well. But as we speak, we can see the Novaria has already bought a roam on herself, maybe the dire hit, which will be able to maybe one shot that Vexana if she's low enough. And that's why we can see that she has bought that roam on her. But as we speak, we can see
he goes again on towards the unstoppable force, on towards Bid. Kimi forced to flicker out as well, but now singled out. Lycan Pounce coming in from Jay. He's going for more, but Crisis is there to stop them. He uses the superposition interference as well, but the damage is done. They get the kill on towards Jay, but they get Crisis in return with the fall of the defender that they need so badly. The Lord marching down the mid lane, looking like ABM wants to call it game, set, match point as well, but they're trying to defend. There comes the penalty zone, but they don't have the damage. In fact, Mirio goes for it. They get the kill as well. Suzumi falls, and Bid is the last one left standing, but gets ejected. And now ABM take game number 4, call it 3-1 match point. And right now, Fredo, what a game it was.
That was a very nice game indeed from the side. It was so entertaining. I mean, I did not want to sound so bad right now if my health was good enough, but the side of ABM and the side of Eliminators have both gave us a very entertaining match right now, to be honest. And the side of ABM with that Roger on J was able to carry the team to victory as well, just like the last game where Sarah Moon did with his Roger. So I think Roger has become the dominating force right now in the Land of Dawn. So I think this Roger might get banned out in the next game as well because it has been carrying 2 games continuously. So I think it's about time that we see a Roger ban coming up in the next game. And I think the Terisla needs to work a little bit on his mechanics right now because that chocolate we see on the screen doesn't seem to be good.
Nah, I mean, but at the same time, Suzumi did make some important plays, right? These game medals that you get after the game don't really show what you do into the game. I think Eliminators actually played absolutely fantastic. It just came down in towards that last fight where the positioning of ABM, they tried to get that formation and pincer them from both sides, and that's where the play came in from Apex, so using that unstoppable force onto the right target and getting them low. Once Crisis was able to flicker out, Jay was right there ready to pounce on them with the Lycan Pounce, able to pick up that kill, and all of a sudden they're looking at spoils to pick up from as Eliminators didn't have the damage to dish out, and Bid was also taken down instantly. Without the help of those immortalities, they can't really do much. So at this point, it was game, set, match for the side of ABM. And Fredo, it was a pleasure casting with you. But right now, I think we got to go into that break. So let's get into a break and be back for game number 5. Will it be 4-1 ABM, or will Eliminators take another game and make it 3-2? What do you think, Fredo?
I think Eliminators will try to end the game as soon as possible because I think they have been pretty much exhausted playing against this good, very very good side of this Eliminators, and they have tired them out a bit, I guess. But they will look to end this game as fast as possible. But let's see who wins the next game. That's me, Fredo, signing off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in possibly the final game, which is game number 5 in this best of 7 series of the grand finals of Legends Unleashed of Mobile Legends 5v5 between ABM and Eliminators. ABM on the side already have 3 games and are at match point. However, Eliminators will be looking to get that reverse sweep coming in. They already got 1 game in hand and will be looking to make that comeback. However, I am your caster, your host with the most, Kronos. Alongside me is the host of the entire tournament that's bringing you this wonderful action, folks. You got to give it up for Sarah herself.
And good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be casting alongside you, Kronos. And I think we're going to dive right into the draft. And meanwhile, we can see the team Eliminators has banned out on that Xbox, while team ABM is going to take no chances and straight away ban out the Ruby, taking it away from the clutches of Crisis.
Yeah, I agree. They don't like that Ruby. They don't like that export. Respect bans back and forth. Respect being given by both these teams. However, they have been banning out this Ruby from game number 1. Eliminators made the mistake of letting go of the export twice. They paid the price, but now they don't want to do that once again. Taking it off the table. They've taken their time with their bans this game around because it is match point, Sarah. And I think they're looking to ban out the Chip. Should be the Zask, the Zushin, and possibly the Ling or the Roger in this case as well.
I agree, and even the Hayabusa is a very valid choice to be banned out by the side of Team ABM, because we saw how good Serarmon was on that specific hero. Meanwhile, though, Asuna here going to be banning out on that second hero choice in the first banning phase. They could be looking out to ban the Jaskar Joshin, but no, they go ahead with the Ling ban, which means that is going to be 1 hero taken out of Serarmon. Meanwhile, for the last ban coming in by the side of Eliminators, I do believe they are going to ban out something rather controversial so that they can gamble on the picks and pick up a comfort hero such as the Roger or the Hayabusa. But do you think they would be going ahead with the Terizla ban?
Yeah, I don't think they should ban out the Terizla, to my opinion, because Terizla, yes, you can deal with him. It's not as strong as the Zask right now. Zask gets the mid control. So this is going just like I predicted. See, Sarah, I got that magic crystal ball where I can see through the future. I actually know who's going to win, guys, for those of you who are watching, but I can't say it out loud. Look at that. I predicted the Zask. I predicted the Zushin, the Ling. You know, it's all there. I can see the future. But for now, the Roger gets picked up as the first pick on the side of Eliminators. ABM should be looking to pick up the Hylos, maybe even an Edith in the roam position, possibly alongside the Terizla, and maybe even the Aurora, the Vexana. That's how the draft is going to go. Looks like that's how it's been going so far. Or maybe, Sarah, like I said, I can actually predict the future.
Yes, you definitely can. And now, for the first ban of the side of ABM, they're gonna go ahead with the Phobius pick. That is actually very smart, because you know the Phobius actually nullifies the Terizla in the game, especially during the team fights. Meanwhile, Asuna is hovering over that Vexana, but he's not gonna go. Dallas was hovered over, of course, but once again, I do think he's going to be locking in onto that Vexana. Team ABM does need their jungler, and Jay would be looking to pick up his comfort Xbox unless Team ET is smart enough to juggle their picks and ban him out in the second phase. But looking at the second pick from the side of Eliminators, it is going to be the Harriet.
Oh, I think the Harriet is not just to pick it up for Crisis, but actually denying it in the hands of ABM's Radium, just because he's been doing really well on this Harriet. I think every time they picked up the Harriet, they had a victory. They've not lost a single game on the Harriet, in my opinion, but at this point in time, not really sure what the game plan is. They're not playing for their power spikes, rather they're trying to deny, and again, going in for this Kufra. That game number 1 Kufra was an absolute monster coming in from Kimmy, so I'm not sure why they didn't pick it up once again. But at the same time, this Vexana, like I said, Asuna picked him up, and I think this Phoveus is a great pick. Like you mentioned, kind of brick walls the Terizla in these team fights just because he can dive into the back line. But Apex has such a deep hero pool. Goes for the Carmilla to provide that link and synergy with the Vexana. So now they have things opened up, and let's see how it will go about in the second phase of the draft. Because this point, they got to take out the Aurora, they got to take out the Valentina if they really want to have some sort of an impact in these team fights.
And that was just one pick necessary, that one Carmilla pick to turn the more than half the draft in their favor. That Carmilla is just going to pair up so well with the Eternal Guard and Phoveus Ultimate that is just going to nullify whatever set Keepme does with that Kufra. But then again, ET is playing. I'd actually look forward towards a marksman band taking him out from Radium's pool. Jay, though, I do think that they would be banning out on a possible mate such as the Aurora, as you mentioned, and yep, call it, that would be an Aurora ban coming in by ABM.
Yeah, I told you. And then the Hanzo, I was gonna say, I can see the future for those of you who are watching. If you want to tell me if you want me to tell you which rank you're gonna end up in this season, I'm gonna tell you guys are not gonna be setting models. You guys are gonna stay in your epic ranks, and if you want to get better, you gotta see how they do it in these games where Radium goes for the Lunox in the gold lane. A lot of magic damage coming out, a lot of burst potential as well, especially pairing up with the synergy coming up with the Curse of Blood from Carmilla shows volumes of their game IQ. And right now looks like Eliminators are trying to top off their draft, trying to find a way how they can counter this Carmilla with the mid lane pick. Could go for a possible Faramis, but at the same time, they also have the Novaria that was available. I think the Lilia is absolutely a great pick as well, but the Faramis should be the one they should be looking to top it off with, and the Terizla, just because they have it available and they want to dive in for these team fights, and there's no better pick going in. So they're deciding between Faramis and Lilia. I think it should be the Faramis, but on the other side for ABM, they go for the Lilia instead. I'm not sure if this is the right call, Sarah, but I think it could be the difference maker. It could either make the great game for them or even break it.
Yes, definitely. Lilia would actually be a game changer here. She has the mobility inside of her bomb area. She's going to chase down on that Vexana far ahead into the backline and then use her prismatic shoes just to get back to where she started from. And that would actually make the entire difference in team fight, because if the Vexana is out, the Bloody Curse coming in by Carmilla would deal lesser damage than it would expectedly do in other team fights. Meanwhile, Jado here, he is hovering over that Fredrin pick. Is he going to lock in? And yes, he does. He locks in into his Fredrin. That ex-global Fredrin is going to play for us. So it's going to be a match between Roger and Fredrin in the jungle. A very, very dicey match going to be coming in for us in this game.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a real fan of this Fredrin pick. Yes, it's kind of viable. A B tier jungler, to be honest. Not really the greatest in this current meta, but I know Jay does have it in his arsenal. They're trying to play around it and trying to get these neutral objectives. Even after the Lilia was picked up on the other side, for the first time, I'm kind of questioning the pick in the jungle for the side of ABM, but you never know how it is. It's not a 1v1. It is a 5v5, folks, because let's not forget, we are here in the grand finals, possibly match point, and possible final game as well for the side of this Unleashed Legends tournament. I am your caster, Kronos. Alongside me, Sarah. ABM on the red side, Eliminators on the blue. Score is 3-1 to the side of ABM. But only time will tell. Will this be the final game, or will Eliminators live up to the hype to take it to game number 7?
Yes, and as we can see, both the junglers have gone in for that standard rotation. Jay is going to be starting off on his blue, moving towards his red. Meanwhile, Roger, having finished his red, is going to finish off with small camp and move towards his blue. Harith and Luna going to brawl it out in the gold lane, trying to last hit those minions as much as possible to stack up on the gold. Meanwhile, on the EXP though, Terizla doing his shots on that Phoveus, and Phoveus knocking him up just right back. moving towards the goal lane, if we can see, completely neutral. Radium has already managed to hit his level 2, which means that he's going to have a EXP lead onto Crisis, while in the mid lane, Gimme and Apex doing the exact same thing. Stay in the bush, provide the vision, stun the other one if they are caught off guard, and that's about it. And do you think a fight is gonna break up?
Oh, I don't think so, not yet. However, ABM's J is looking to make that rotation in towards the EXP lane, trying to give Mirio the power spike that he needs. It goes on towards Suzumi, gets the taunt as well. There's the knockup coming in from Mirio. He goes for a little bit more. Serrar is there to save the day, but has to back off as they're looking to make the rotation in towards the turtle. Bid makes the rotation up top as well. It's just a stalemate so far as the turtle's about to spawn in about 15 seconds.
Yes, the turtle is gonna be up, and if we can see, Lilia and Terizla are actually going to share that EXP in the lane, so both of them can hit their level 4s, while Kimi is gonna try and aim for and the Lightning Pounce has come out in the mid lane. A pretty neutral fights there. Apex in a bit of a danger, but he is going to back right up.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time. Look at Jay. He's getting poked out by Serrar, so has to back off as well. And I think over here, Serrar, in my opinion, should possibly go for the attack speed build if possible. But look at that. They go for the penalty zone on towards Asuna, forcing the flicker as well. But here, the Eternal Guardian comes up. They get the kill on towards Kimi. That's first blood going to the hands of ABM. But they get the turtle in return. Suzumi should be the next on the chopping block. Yes, he is. And gets another kill. So 2 for trading the turtle. So it is kind of a 50-50, not really, because they got 2 kills instead of 1. So now you can tell that the side of ABM actually have the advantage. As you can see, Radium is much more free when it comes to this goal lane side of the entire map.
Yes, and that was a pretty neutral fight. It was definitely a 50-50, as you mentioned. But looking at the goal difference, though, there is definitely much in the favor of Team ABM, just a bare minimum of 600. Seramun using that retribution on the Lethal Wanderer, trying to stack up on his EXP and farm as much as possible. He already is ahead of Jay because of that turtle contest which they managed to secure, and once again they are moving towards the goal lane. Kimi gonna stay in that mid bush and engage.
Yeah, they go in. Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage. They get the kill. Good dive coming in from the side of Eliminators. They get the kill thanks to a beautiful set by Kimi. And that is what a Kufra can bring. Just a surprise jump from that frog on towards your hero. And next thing you know, you just instantly stun. You can't dash out of the way thanks to that bouncing ball as well. So great pickoff coming in from the side of Eliminators. Once again, slow start to the game. 4 minutes in. Just 3 kills are there, but they're fighting for the river control. Once again, Apex and Kimi, the one to get that river control, will be the one to succeed. But right now, looking at the goal lane, they want to pounce, and Crisis on towards Radium. They go for the Lycan pounce, but the Brilliance has been popped, so they have to get out of harm's way, and Apex finding the opportunity, wants to get the Curse of Blood as well, but able to back off thanks to the peel coming in from Bid. Those glooms are starting to hurt, and Kimi able to go. Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage on towards Apex, getting the kill. Beautiful timing, forcing them in towards the mid side where the river bush, and Kimi able to pounce on at the right time as well as the turtle comes up. What a beautiful play, Sarah. That was absolutely amazing.
Yes, and oh my god, that was a beautiful engage by Kimi, I would say. He waited so patiently for Apex to go through that exact part. A beautiful prediction, and Chrono.
Oh my god, look at that. They get the turtle, but this time Mirio goes in for more. He had the vengeance to help him survive. ABM are trying to get kills one after the other, and Mirio is in the front line, but Suzumi here on this Terizla doing quite a lot, but not able to survive. Mirio does, however, killing spree on towards Bid, and like I said, this Lilia can be a make or break pick, just bobbing and weaving their way around Asuna and Apex entirely, uses the black shoes as well. Suzumi here trying to save the day, but can't really do much, gets taken out by Asuna, who's slowly surviving, and Bid almost got the kill, but should be able to get Apex right now thanks to the help of the Gloom. And there it is. Kimi's still able to survive. Radium goes in with the Chaos Assault, but Terrar making the charge. The Lycan Pounce gets the kill, trading one after the other. However, this has been the same story entirely throughout, as Eliminators get that early game power spike but lose out in the mid game. Will it be the same story once again?
Oh my god, Team Eliminators seems relentless. They're taking their fights, they're getting their pickoffs left and right. Kimi with the Tyrant's Rage onto each one of the members of Team ABM. Absolutely accurate. He hasn't missed a single ult in this entire game. And that's what the early game advantage of Kimi gets you. And in the mid lane, we can see another.
Oh, yes, that was a beautiful engage indeed. They got the kill on towards Serrar, the right target that was needed as well. Picking him off means that they get the prio in the mid lane, able to actually pierce through, but they can't because Suzumi makes the rotation. Crisis is there to avert it as well. And the turtle's about to spawn about 15 seconds. Serrar should be on his way for that. But meanwhile, the bot side being picked off by Radiant. They don't have any physical damage. However, Suzumi swinging that hammer to get that clear on the wave, but they go for the penalty zone as well. Radium is actually so low, doesn't have the brilliance form. Yes, he does. No, he does not able to pop it. Actually gets taken out. Suzumi, absolute monster. 1v3 right now. Should get Asuna as well. Double kill. And Apex can't really do anything about it. That's the power of the Terizla in a solo lane. Can actually sustain and dish out the damage. I really want to take a look at the items because you can't really kill just 2 of them unless you have your War Axe. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Gloom's hurting Apex, but the Tyrant's Revenge, the Tyrant's Rage, and the Lycan Pounce, all 3, they get one after the other. ABM falling down like dominoes. What a play from Eliminators, just trying to eliminate them one after the other.
The gameplay coming out by Crisis, actually, it's absolutely beautiful. He sneaked out the tier 1 in the bot lane as well as the top, which means that his farm spiked up under the 8-minute mark already. He has the Starlium Sky, he has the Feather of Heaven, which means that he already has a huge advantage compared to the rest of the members of Team ABM. And now look at them, they have already taken down the tier 2 in the bot lane, which is a huge game advantage. Kimi's positioning along with that conceal near the red buff area would mean that looking for a possible engage by the side of Team Eliminators as the minions charge down towards the tier 2. Kimi is gonna charge up once his team is right there around with that Gloom and the Wishing Lantern, dealing way too much damage. Mirio, though, he has secured his wings as well as the Thunderbolt, which means that he is gonna soak up a lot of the damage coming in by the members of Team ET, especially Bid and Crisis. But then again, this is completely unpredictable on what either of these teams might do in this game.
Yeah, speaking about that, look at from Terizla and Suzumi's on fire. They go in, they charge in, diving one on top of the other. They get one kill. They should be able to get the next one. Mirio should fall down. Jay's next on the chopping block, actually able to dash out of harm's way. What a flicker penalty zone coming in from Suzumi. Able to catch 4 of them off guard and destroying the lineup of ABM completely. They want to take this game by storm. They want to make that comeback. They do not want this series to end. They want to fight until the end. And right now, ABM forced to back out once again into a corner. Kimi going in, Tyrant's Revenge, bouncing ball to get out of harm's way. Jay here getting absolutely melted. And that is what happens when you go a tank jungle in front of a Lilia and a Roger, folks. Take note here. Eliminators, absolute beautiful display of how to peel for the team and provide the damage on towards the frontliners with the help of this Lilia and this Roger. So now they're prioritizing the Lord. They have taken all tier 2s except for the mid lane, timing the Lord to perfection as well. So now the Lord should spawn in 10 minutes, 11 seconds, and possibly get 2 super minion waves to actually take the game by storm.
And if you look at the current goal lead, it's a massive 8,000 in the favor of Team Eliminators, which is huge, especially it's only 10 minutes in this game. Most teams struggle to keep up with a 5,000 goal lead, but no, Eliminators said, oh, we got this match in our bags. We are not gonna let you win this time, ABM, and went ahead with that 8k goal lead. And looking at the mid lane one again, the tier 2 is in danger. Kimi is gonna charge it up.
Yeah, look at that. The tier 2 is in danger indeed. Really well pointed out the fact that they are under 8k goal lead, actually even 8.5 right now, and this could be the end. It's actually a really clean game coming in from Eliminators, whereas it's been hiding all along. Every game that they've played is so messy. All they got to do is play like this every single time, and it's easier said than done, however. And now the Lord is in the top lane, not a Luminous Lord, so won't be charging on towards the base, but can buy enough time for them to go in. And here, Tyrant's Revenge not yet being charged charged as Jay is able to peel for the rest of the team. Radium has the damage to melt down the Lord, and yes, they do. Successful defense coming in as the Holy defense is there to provide the clear on towards the super minions, but the mid lane is the one that they want to target. Tyrant's Revenge being charged up, zoning them away. Zaman Force is dropped. They get the kill. Penalty zone comes out one after the other, falling like dominoes once again. And look at Mario just bonking up and down. They get the kill on towards Suzumi. 2-for-1 trade. Very well worth it, but not able to take any inhibitor means that never mind Serrar. He's going for more. Lycan Pounds gets the kill. However, they get the they get the bot inhibitor. They want to end. Christ is actually going for the chrono dash on towards the base. Apex is the only one left standing. This never happened. They pull a comeback. 3-2. Oh my God. Eliminators, eliminators, eliminators. They actually pull off an upset, making it 3-2 in this best of 7 series. Nobody really thought of it. Neither did you, Sarah. Neither did I. We think it wasn't going to end, but they penetrated. And next thing you know, Crisis just uses the Mon Force along with the Chrono Dashes just to take the game. And under 12 minutes, what a clean game coming out from Eliminators. I think this has been the cleanest game so far in these 6 games that we've seen, in these 5 games that we've seen.
Eliminators, relentless, precise, and beautifully executed by them. Such clean gameplay and under 12 minutes, that too, taking out a team like ABM, who has the title of India's best. They will be dethroned at least for these 2 games in this best of 7, settling the score for 3-2. Eliminators, our underdogs, they are not here to go down today. They're going to show us that they have got it too. Stay tuned, everyone. We are not going anywhere. We'll be back with game number 6. We are going to see 7 games tonight. Be right back.
See ya.
Well. It seems like the arena is hyped up a lot, and hence the boys are back again for another exciting game, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the game number 6 of the Legends Unleashed Grand Finals. It's ABM on the blue side this time, taking on Eliminators on the red side. Its situation is dire for Eliminators, but that's when the fire begins to turn into lava, as Eliminators have taken the previous game, closing the series out even closer than we ever anticipated. 3-2, still ABM on the series point, on the championship point. But let's see if Eliminators allow them to do that or not. As right now, to witness all that action, you got me scared yet, and alongside me, it's gonna be none other than the man himself, Fredo. How are you doing?
Thank you for that nice introduction, Skidget, and I'm here again to cast with you, and I really enjoyed casting with the last time as well, and I will be looking forward to make this game more entertaining with you here for everyone watching out there. And as we speak, we can see that the bans have already started, and we can see a Link and the Ruby ban and the Roger as well. Don't you think this Roger has been dominating 3 games already, and it deserves that ban slot permanently right now? But what do you say? Do you think we will see an Xbox ban again?
I think so. ABM again back in the game number 2, they prioritized the Xbox onto J. And they even won that game, even though they gave up the Hayabusa to the side of Eliminators. So I think so they can still keep the bans, because these 4 bans are the exact same bans of game number 2. I still remember the Ruby Link, the Chip, and the Roger. So I think so the next 2 could be Zushin and Zask. If in case the script is written perfectly, just like how it went in game number 2. But I really hope the people out there do understand sarcasm. But Fredo, if in case Zushin is banned out right now, again, the ball will be in Eliminator's court to either let one go and take a few more. But it seems like Phobius has been one of the most annoying pieces of the puzzle, so they have just banned it out. Don't want to give it to Suzumi, don't want to pick it up for themselves. So I think so that the crucial ban could now be a Zushin.
Yeah, Zushin ban will be a very good ban here actually from the side of Eliminators, but you know you don't want to give that Xborg to Jay, so they have decided to ban out that Xborg. So they will be picking up the Zushin immediately after that for Asuna.
Now here is when things get interesting. How do you really counter a Zushin? Ling has been banned out. There's a Hayabusa still left open. So I think so, considering how Sarar he likes to play the Hayabusa, he can pick it up. But we have known that ABM, if given the early advantage, will snowball into the mid and late game and do not give you an opportunity to try and play around with something like that. So I think so they can prioritize the Terizla right off the bat. While, I mean, let's be honest, they can also pick up either the Vixana, the Valentina. I think so. Valentina could also be a pretty solid pick early on if you want to think about it.
Yeah, Valentina will be a very good pick here.
Yep.
But we can see that Hayabusa has been picked, and also the Terizla, like you said. And whoa, what are we seeing here? Jay on his signature Hanzo here. Man, this comfort pick is something which we have not witnessed in the entire series in this tournament. Somebody picking Hanzo and actually being able to carry it, except Jay. So Jay on his Hanzo. What are your thoughts on this, Skadiet?
I just feel that it's way too early onto that Hanzo, because let's be honest, we know that there could be a possibility of an Natalia roam coming in from the side of Kimi, but for now, Radium's going to prioritize his Harith into the gold lane too. So now the next ban from ABM could eventually be another gold laner, but Kimi picks up the Kufra, does not want to give it to the side of Apex right now, understanding that Haya can be countered really well. Now the bans. Again, they can try and take care of a few of extra roamers, maybe a Jawhead. Oh my god, who am I?
You are none other than the predictor god. I mean, you are an astrologer, actually, maybe. Just when you said Jawhead, the Jawhead was banned, man. That was just great prediction from your side. I mean, you are a very experienced veteran in this field, and you know, it won't be, surprising to see you predict something like that.
Thank you. But again, coming back to the same point, I mentioned that the next ban from ABM would be a gold laner. They banned out the Nathan. They already took care of Ruby. But now, since Crisis has also shown he can play carry, we did see in game number 1, they were doing really good. They could have closed it out if not for that one last Lord mistake. I think so. maybe ABM should ban out that carry as well. But on the other side, Eliminators right now taking care of that. Jawhead, maybe this ban could be a Carmilla because we know Apex likes to play that hero. Eliminators should know that as well. And then Carmilla in this situation could eventually work out. And as I was mentioning, they have banned it as well. And Apex now, I think so, a carry or maybe a Claude because a Claude can dive in onto that Hanzo in that backline.
I think people should really consider, consulting you before they start their ranked matches so that they can, know what the enemy is going to ban already. I mean, these two predictions from your side, the Carmilla and the Joyhead, were point on, man. I mean, are you a witch? I mean, sorry, a wizard.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You could have done it so much better. You could have asked, are you a wizard, Harry? You literally could have said it. But either ways, I don't really think so. It's just I was trying to see what comfort Apex has and what is something that could counter the lineup that Eliminator has. So Jawhead and Carmilla were the ones who were on my mind. But Bed picks up the Lilia yet again. In the previous game, Fredo, Kronos mentioned that picking up this Lilia means that you have to poke down the frontliner of the other side. It's entirely poke, poke, poke. And once the enemy's roamer or even their EXP laner is down to their last bar of HP, that's when your team strikes. Now, if Apex picks up a Grog, that's a pretty decent pick. If he lands in those wild charges or Arlott into that EXP. Again, Arlott is always picked in a situation when you know there's a Terizla on the other side. You will not win the lane with an Arlott, but you will not let Terizla out-rotate you. So Mirio can basically trace the footsteps of Suzumi in this situation and can also give some flicker final slashes. But now, the last pick for the gold laner. Carry could be an option, but I think so I'd go for a Claude in this case.
Yeah, Carry and a Claude would be pretty good here, but looking at the lineup of the side of ABM, they do have the Hanzo's ultimate, which will be able to take that poke of Lilia on itself and will be able to maybe just balance out the damage which is being taken by the Grok and the Arlott. So I think the Hanzo will be a pretty good pick here, and Natalia will not be picked, and they will be picking up a CC instead. And man, it's been a long time since we saw a CC in this tournament. So what do you think? What are your thoughts on this CC right now?
Wait a second. A gold lane CC is something that I never really expected. But here's the thing. I think so they're relying a little too much on Serar's late game damage. That's all I'll say. Crisis, yes, as much as CC can deal a lot with that yo-yo blitz, but I don't really feel it would be enough if we consider the mid to late game because there's a Zushin, there's Hanzo, there's Harith. Plus, who are you going to catch with the Curtain's Call is going to be my question. Maybe Asuna, Radium? But that's about it. None of the other people are going to be caught by that. I like the spell of Dead with that Purify just to survive a little bit more. But ladies and gentlemen, all the predictions are going to be kept aside now as we move into the land of Dawn. Apex just a little bit miss onto that timing of those minions as they will start on the blue side ABM, but Eliminators will be happy onto that red side. An early leash by Suzumi on to Serar's purple buff. As he's starting on the purple means he will go and gank the gold lane first. Radium will have to be careful, but let's see if ABM will close this one out in a 4-2 fashion, or will the comeback really look possible after this game for Eliminators?
Yep, we will see very soon what will be happening on in the land of Dawn right now. But as we speak, we can see action already taking place in the gold lane, and CC has been able to clear the lanes and already started taking the crab near its area. But Skadiat, what are your thoughts on this Hayabusa actually? Because this Hayabusa, I think it's supposed to take down this Zushin, but that the Hayabusa's ultimate can be cancelled with that flicker. So do you think Serar Moon will be effectively able to shut down this Zushin, because it is going to be the key pick for the side of ABM here?
Now here's the thing. Yeah, I do understand that with the flicker you can technically move out of those shadow kill slashes, but the timing needs to be so precise that sometimes it becomes difficult if in case it's a big messy team fight, right? But wait a second, Jay already level 4 though. Man just goes in with so much of damage onto Bid right now. But here's the problem. There comes in the Oogie shadow kill, the damage being divided but not enough, as that's the first blood already going. Asuna being picked off out there. Apex He was providing a lot of vision to Radium, making sure that the man does not fall. But Asuna again this time was caught. Kimmy seems to be in trouble. No place to run, no place to hide. The
Oh
man has
my
been got
god,
flicker
that
though, but
jump
he
off the wall.
will survive indeed.
That jump over the wall was just, perfect timing for him to escape from that, or else he was surely dead there. Man, that was so close for the side of Team Eliminators. Losing a team member right there would be would pay a heavy price for the turtle. But as we speak, we can see Kimi charging in on that Kufra, will be able to make the jump, but it won't connect onto the Zushin. And Asuna will be using up her ultimate before the turtle fight. And as we speak, we can see the perfect Hoagie shadow kill coming in from the Hayabusa of Sailor Moon, and Sailor Moon will be taking down the Zushin immediately and, releasing some pressure onto his team fight. But Jay will be going on with that Hayabusa. Oh, that was a very, very nice thing coming in from that Hanzo with his ultimate. And Kimi will be able to take down Mirio as well in that skirmish there in the mid lane. Wow, that was just awesome team fight coming in from the side of Eliminators.
The Kenjutsu though, it's not over Frido right now. Suzumi is forced to flicker out, but wait a second, Jay trying to catch that one man super low in that HP. Suzumi is still trying to survive, but oh my. He will still be able to run away though. That's not the best possible location to recall, but my man has got some strength of steel.
Well, he is the most tankiest EXP laner, so he has to take that damage there, or else he would have been died. But that was a very narrow escape, and Hanzo almost took him down. It was I don't know. I mean I cannot even count. It was, I think, the HP of Terisla was there in decimals.
Would not deny that, and that has been the storyline right now. But Mirio, he's getting caught out in the open and will also be taken down by Bit. But it seems like the fight is not stopping Frido.
And the Suzumi has been, displaced by that Asuna over the wall again and again, now into the tower. But Hayabusa Sailor Moon will be here to lock down that Zushin and shut him down immediately again. Man, Zushin is getting punished again and again by Sailor Moon's Hayabusa, just dominating that force in the mid lane. And the turtle will be going easily onto the side of Team Eliminators, but Kimi has been taking a lot of damage there in the enemy jungle, but he will be able to make an easy escape.
It does not even matter, my man. He's just super tanky at this point. I want to have a look at the items and see what he's building. I'm pretty sure this probably has already got the Dreadnought armor, but right now the Vengeance pops in. Crisis still surviving. He's out damaging Radium, and the man will still be able to run away for now.
Wow. That was some crazy damage coming in from Jay, but Crisis will be able to make that escape. And that was a very close call for the side of Team Eliminators, because their goal laner could have been down in that moment. And as we speak, we can see Sailor Moon locking in on Asuna again, man. This Hayabusa has been completely harassing that Zushin pick, even though it's a key pick for the side of Eliminators. The penalty zone coming in inside the tower, catching 2 people, 3 people inside the tower, and that was a very nice communication and coordination coming in from the side of Team Eliminators, man. I'm just going bonkers here, and Sailor Moon is taking the buff of Jay right in front of Apex, and he cannot do anything about it. They are helpless in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Sorry to cut you off there, but one of the biggest problems that you always encounter with Zushin is the fact that you don't really have a very solid wave clear, and that's where a Lilia shines. Now, because Bid can solo in that mid lane, and there's always a threat looming in the form of Serrar jumping onto Asuna, Apex is not able to freely provide the cover to those sides, and since Radium could not actually win out early game against Crisis on that CC with the Vengeance, he cannot really scale up into that mid and late as quickly as we thought he would. And that basically means even less damage into those late game fights. And every single time you can see Eliminators are just dividing the fight, making sure that there are 2 different fronts, and there's nothing that ABM can do apart from just playing to the cards of Eliminators. Because again, Apex wants to give setup, but Jay, he has to use his Kinjutsu, and in the demon form he can only try to move in, but you could really just see that's not a lot of timing that he can have.
This time Jay is looking to target down, and that will be a final slash coming in from the side of Meteor. Meteor will be knocking two members onto the wall, but the Ogi Shadow Kill not being popped yet, but he will be popping it immediately and will not be able to take down Meteor. Okay, he takes down Meteor along with securing that Sky Piercer on himself, and Kimi will also be securing that Thunderbelt on himself, and that was a very nice team fight coming in from the side of Team Eliminators, taking down two members in the process. Meteor and Apex, both the frontliners, down at this moment. Man, that was a hell of a team fight. This Team Eliminators is looking to win here, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, never back down is probably the name of the game for their side, but that's what we've really been talking about. Suzumi on that Terizla giving some insane setups. Yes, there are some highlight plays, but at the same time, I really love how Serrar always holds on to his Oogie Shadow Kill for as long as possible and tries to catch the perfect target. But wait a second.
Hey, we see something happening there in the mid lane right now. Suzumi is being, getting those stacks from Zushin and Zushin, but Zushin will not be able to do anything, and Jay will be taken down because of his body, and there is a stun coming in from Kimi inside the tower, and Oogie Shadow Kill being popped, and Oogie Shadow Kill will be able to take down Apex, but we will see the Harriet getting the double kill onto the side of Team ABM.
Jeez, okay, man, oh man, with the amount of tanking that's coming in from Suzumi and Crisis, there's absolutely no possibility for ABM to try and win this out. Apex is getting poked out by Bit, and even though Radium is joining the team fight at the perfect opportunity, it's taking a lot for him to take down just Suzumi. You can't really catch Serrar because of those quad shadows. There's Bed, who's always running away. As soon as his HP drops down to a dangerous percentage, he pops in the black shoes. Crisis has got Vengeance. There's absolutely nothing that ABM can do at this point. Apart from a fact that they could possibly get a big wombo combo setup with Apex's Wild Charge and Mirio's play. Only then could we potentially see maybe something happening with that constant AoE that's gonna come in from Jay during his demon form, if I'm not wrong, as soon as he uses his demon thorn and devastator. Otherwise, I don't really see how ABM can actually make this comeback.
Yeah, you're right about that. They cannot actually make a comeback without the damage coming in from the that mage and that right there, marksman right there. But as we speak, we can see that Jay is using his body to clear those lanes out without causing any further trouble to his teammates, not sacrificing their lives in the process of clearing lanes. But this Asuna on his Zushin, I mean, Serrar Moon has just been targeting him and harassing him, completely shutting down that Zushin.
True,
man. What do you think? What will be the source of damage for the size of ABM? Because I don't see them doing much damage on the side. I mean, they're not even doing damage right now. They don't even have the capacity to deal damage at this point.
I really love the way how Eliminator is drafted. Even though I thought that they might not have a late game damage, but if you actually look at it, they are out sustaining the sides of ABM. There's a big difference in dealing more damage than your opponent and just trying to sustain for as long as possible, and Eliminators have been doing it perfectly. I love the wave sync as well. Not that perfect right now, but still, since they haven't cleaned the mid, every single wave will pop in at the perfect time. Since Suzumi has cleared top, the bottom has been cleared. It's a perfect sync. Not committing the same mistake they did in game number 1 though.
Yep, and as we speak, we can see the fight has already started in the mid lane. They will be trying to push down their tower, and Oogie Shadow Kill has already been popped. Take down Radium. The gold laner has been taken down, and they will try to look for an enemy turret, but Serrar Moon will be taken too low, and Zushin will be finally able to put him in his place inside the tower. Suzumi about to go down as well, and Serrar Moon, Jay will be chasing down Suzumi, and Suzumi will be taken down by Jay. Man, that was a heavy price they paid for that tower, don't you think?
I don't really feel like that's going to be the case. This wasn't the Luminous Nord if you think about it. And even after that, they got all the tier 2s, they got the inhibitor, and they managed to take down both Meteor as well as Radium. And that was an Oogie Shadow Kill right in the crystal itself, with all the marks, all the shadow marks are removed. Even after that, he was able to take this one down. So that's a big play coming in from the side of Eliminators right now. Even though in the Kenjutsu form, Jay, he's just trying to out damage the other side. But look at the amount of hope that's coming in. That demon form is not doing anything.
Yes, the demon form is just completely, being out sustained. Like you said, the side of team eliminators have been out sustaining their team fights every time, and that's why the side of ABM is completely going nuts right now. I mean, they don't even know what to do about it right now. I mean, do you think buying a sea halberd is useful at this point, or a glowing one, or something like that? Is any anti-heal item going to do anything to the side of team eliminators right now?
It's only to try and counter Suzumi onto that. There is that, but there's the thing. Eliminators won the draft in the first three picks. They made sure that once Radium picked up the Harith, Kimi locks in that Kufra. And now, we'll
Here
talk
we can
about
see
that
a
in a
shadow
while.
push, a shadow kill coming in from the side of Eliminators. Sarah Moon will be popping in the shadow kill, but they grouped up and divided their damage among themselves, and so it would not be able to do anything much. But Kimi trying to make an initiation in the mid lane will be jumping on onto Apex, but just for a poke, just doing some pokes of him and not being able to do anything in the process.
Okay, look at the backside with the Kinjutsu form.
Okay, that was something that I missed out on. We can see that Jay has been doing some damage onto the Hayabusa of Sailor Moon, and Sailor Moon was taken down quite low, but he will be able
Look
to
at
escape with
Crisis.
his.
Look at where Crisis is. Look at the positioning right now. They can actually sandwich the members of ABM in between.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. That is a very nice sandwich coming in from the side of Team Eliminators, man. I mean, I'm just going nuts right now looking at the gameplay of the side of Eliminators. Kimi will be able to make that escape, and we can see the balls, and Sharar Moon will be
Okay.
taking out Apex. And we can see that team fight is being dominated completely. And CC trying to make a tower dive here, but will be just poking out that Mirio on his Arlot away, and they will be looking to end here, I guess. And
Oh
the
my
quad
god.
shadow kill has again been popped, and he will be able to take down Jay inside his own base. But Asuna will be taking out Suzumi, but not enough to keep the game going, and they will be locking in on their tower and securing the kill for the win for the side of Team Eliminators. It's 3-3. Damn, take it over.
That's a massive performance from Eliminators, ladies and gentlemen, and it's paid with the MVP 1-0 and 14. There were 17 kills for their side. He was a part of 15 of those. The amount of presence the man was showing is bonkers. Serar always targeting Asuna. He was just getting caught in every single engagement. And now here's the thing. Look at the itemization of Kimi. He only has the tough boots. He went in for the molten essence. Then there's the thunderbelt. He does not have a lot of magic defense. If you really think about it, nothing. There's no big magic defense out there. So you normally think Radium should be dealing damage. But that's the whole point about it. He is Kimmy. He wants Radium to try and target him. He will just jump onto him with a bouncing ball, make sure that Radium cannot chrono dash, and that would eventually mean Serrar is just free hitting all the other side. Apex, yes, on that Brock, was trying to help his team out, but eventually was just crushed in between the play that was coming in from Eliminators, and it's all because Crisis went in for that CC in the gold lane. Picking up the War Axe, going in for the Sea Halberd was dealing a lot of damage with the Yo-Yo Blitz. The kiting was perfect, and this is what this composition is good at. It is really good at kiting around, soaking up that damage, and then going in for those re-engages as well. And hence, they just clearly outmaneuvered the members of ABM, and this is really solid because Eliminators now stand a chance of dethroning the Kings. But ladies and gentlemen, will we see this Game 7 fall for ET, or will ABM make their own story show up in front of all the billboards? We will catch you in the next Game 7. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. The curtain is now finally coming to a call, but before that, we've got the epic showdown and the last battle between the sides of Eliminators, who are now on the blue side taking on the members of ABM. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are watching the legends now being unleashed as Eliminators are pulling up a miraculous comeback. From a situation of 2-1, they are now equalized to 3-3. ABM needed only one game, but Eliminators have denied them every single opportunity to do so. The previous two have been the cleanest. And since we are talking about some cleanest, let's bring on the stage one of the cleanest casters of India, Missy Jenny. How are you doing?
Oh, I am great. And I have to say, the fact that we are on match 6, this tournament has been a success, isn't it?
Absolutely, man. Success is just an understatement if you talk about it. Specifically now, if you're talking about the sides of Eliminator as well, this team is on verge of a humongous success too. Banning out the Xbox, that chip. On the other side, a good answer from ABM in the form of Ling and Ruby. These have been the standard bans. But now is going to be the big question, because Eliminators will pick one, but ABM can actually get two important picks. And Roger is available, Jenny. Roger has been prioritized.
Okay. We might be able to see a respect ban as to Rotterdam. Also, Hayabusa is also available, and we've seen what happened with Hayabusa in the last match. So there are a lot of heroes at stake, and given the fact that they have the first, they're gonna have to be careful. And that Yin, was that expected from you?
It's a big question right now coming in my mind. I mean, the reason why they banned Yin is, again, Jay would want to pick up his comfort hero now. He's been taken down on Hanzo, or he's been taken down on Fredrin as well. So I think so they don't really care about any other pick. Plus, at the same time, now the question is, will ABM ban out the Zushin? Will they ban out the Roger? Will they ban out the Hayabusa? There's quite a lot of options right now on the table, but there's also a possibility that ABM might ban a Terizla to just put Suzumi on an uncomfortable hero, or maybe a Phobius.
Looking at the last match, it's clear that ET does not really care about Zushin a lot. They are probably gonna prioritize that Hayabusa again if ABM doesn't end up okay, and they did. And they did end up banning Hayabusa this time. The first pick will be a Roger, like you prioritized. Like you said it was prioritized, like you cracked, like you already mentioned that you cracked the draft. And there you go, you're right, and they have locked the Zushin just like the last match.
That's the whole point about it. Now, we really saw how Serar was able to prioritize Asuna, but that was all because of the quad shadows, and it was Suzumi who was constantly providing the openings. But now, since the Terizla and Zushin have been picked up by ABM, they are the ones who have the priority right now. But ET, what are they going to pick? Kupra locked in again, and Crisis this time on Harith. All right. So now they really want to just go and all dive in. But this is a possibility of a Minsithar into that gold lane too, to try and counter the Harith of Crisis. That could be a possibility, Jenny.
Yep, I agree, but I don't really think that they're gonna go for a Minsithar in the top lane. In the gold lane. Also, Phobius is still open, but then again, they already have their EXP pick. They already have that Terizla. They're looking for that penalty zone, and well, I think when it comes to, at the first place they have blocked Terizla, would you have prioritized Minsithar instead of Terizla?
No, I don't really feel like. I think so. Terizla is really very solid for that EXP lane, but the Hylos pick that's coming in from Apex. Now here's the thing. Hylos has been picked up, yes, understandable, really good, solid, but this kind of reveals your draft, because Apex will play the Hylos in the roam. Mirio on that Terizla will go to the EXP. You've got the mates, so the banning is going to be super easy for Eliminators. They are going to ban the junglers, and they prioritize the Hanzo first and foremost. The next one could eventually be a gold laner, maybe something along the lines of a Nathan, but now Lilia has been banned out. Respected. Bid has been doing such a phenomenal job on that Lilia for the past 2 games. This time will be put onto an uncomfortable hero, but he can pick up the Valentina. He can also pick up either the Vixana or an Aurora. I think so he might go for a Vixana though in this game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. When you have a slow and tanky front, Lilia is gonna be really annoying. She's just gonna constantly slow you down. And again, yep, Charisma with that penalty zone is something you don't want to miss out. That sets up a lot of ganks. And again, a Nathan being banned, he's really good from the mid to early game. So they are targeting, yeah, they are targeting, like you said, the goal lane and the jungler. But again, Radium. What do you think Radium is gonna snatch up for this goal lane?
I mean, let's just pick up a Minzathar right now. He counters almost everyone on the other side. Kimi can't really go in for his flicker plays. Crisis, nothing. As soon as he pops the Zaman pose, there's a King's Calling on the other side. Sarar is going to be caught in, cannot really turn back to the human form or maybe jump into the wolf form. So I think some Minzathar could eventually be a good one, but they really need some damage source as well, because Meteor is tanking, Apex is tanking, Asuna not a lot of damage. So he's going to go in for that Beatrix. Pretty decent, I'd say, only if he's able to farm upon it. But the Zosk was left open, and Bid is actually trying to lock it in. Yeah, he will. And there's absolutely no way for Radium to run out of it.
Well, you know, the fact that they already picked Terizla in the first pick, you know, opened out so many doors for them, and Harriet is one of them. You know that they have already locked their EXP. You know they're not going to go for Phobias and Minzadar anymore. So there will be less counters. So instantly Harriet lock, and then again they cannot pick Minzadar obviously because they're gonna need some range as well, and then CC on the EXP, and that Dominator descent will constantly gonna slow them a lot. So I think they're kind of one step ahead in the draft, don't you think so?
Make some noise for yours too!
And they also lock in the CC though. They were showing it for that Edith to try and maybe brickwall Mirio onto that lane, but picking up that CC, and I think so it's a very good option. Now, only because of the fact that the Nibiru is going to be countered with that Vengeance itself. What is Jay gonna lock in? Amen. I don't really feel like it's going to be the best possible option in terms of the jungle right now. If you really think about it, all of the endless shots can eventually be dodged by every single person on the other side, with, again, Zask jumping into that Dominator's descent. Suzumi will pop the Vengeance. Crisis with the Chrono Dashes can also time in that Chrono Dash to dodge endless shots. Serar is Roger. You might not be able to catch him. In terms of the draft, I think so Eliminators have won it. But ABM's draft is pretty straightforward, simple to carry out.
Yeah. And I think that having Juxian might add up to the advantage. But, well, we'll have to see. Do you think that Amon will be able to one-shot that Harriet, Crisis on Harriet?
Totally depends if in case the Amen is farmed up early on. So Jay needs to prioritize his buffs, creeps as quickly as possible. And I want to see the other side try and stop or probably steal a few creeps to deny those early level 4s, because that's going to be the key of this game. But ladies and gentlemen, the key to winning this championship is this game number 7 itself, as it's now down to this one last best of one, you could say, because the score is 3-3. Eliminators on the blue side taking on ABM on the red side, and let's see who gets the win.
Yeah. Well, you know, when it comes to gang in this match, it's gonna be really tricky. Kufra is just gonna jump out, connect the Tyrant's Rage, and then on that, everybody's gonna jump. But then again, in the mid lane, we can see that Kimi is being devastatedly been damaged.
Oh my god.
Barely escaped. That would have been a first blood.
Now, I really like what ABM are doing right now. I was about to mention it, that the mid lane wave clearance of Zask is really bad. It's not even okay, so it's actually pretty bad. And you can see Asuna already hitting that level 2, while Bid is just being zoned out by Apex completely because Kimi can't really help out. They're going to be poked out. So this mid-river battle has been won by ABM. But again, in terms of the macro play, I still feel that right now the rotation is pretty high.
Yeah, and Apex is getting really aggressive on her high loss with the Ring of Punishment. He's just going straight in, dealing a lot of damage to the Bid as well as Kimi. Alright, but then they also have a Roger who's gonna poke a lot, who's gonna deal a lot of damage starting from the early game itself. So we're gonna have to see. And Asuna is there with a little bit low in HP. As soon as she gets exposed, she might get into trouble if they manage to connect the Tyrant's Rage. And as Kitty is jumping, okay, he cancelled.
Nope. Yeah, he's not gonna go in for it right now. Apex is also there, and they do have the burst to try and go in for it, but Asuna is just not getting caught. The Revitalize comes in though.
Oh, had he not had that revitalize, could have been a first blood. That was a nice engage, but just not enough to get him down. With that revitalize being the only thing that saved him.
Yeah, true. Jay's position right now, stealing away the green creep, making sure that he's just going to deny as much farm to Serrar as possible, while on the other side, Mirio is going to clear the way faster than Suzumi onto that CC. So ABM have the priority of that turtle.
Yep, they're just around the turtle. They're waiting for you go first, but then not exactly. ABM is already over there. Kimi just waiting for, he's just trying to find a way to connect the Tyrants to revenge. And that's the turtle being secured by Jane. No contest actually, but they will be losing blood. So there's the first blood. Beat is out of the scenario, and Kimi will also be picked off. Well, they got the turtle, they also got you.
Absolutely, early two picks coming in already in favor of ABM, and it all started with that early mid control. Bid did not have his level 4 Dominator's Descent not available, could not dodge that penalty zone whatsoever, and was picked off after that. And Kimi as well just hitting that level 3. They did not even have the turtle, so humongous advantage for ABM right from the first minute, and that's why we say that mid lane river fight is important. But over towards the top right now is where all eyes will be before the second turtle spawns, because Radium picked up the Sky Piercer, so he should have a slight bit of advantage over Crisis.
They are just waiting to set up a gank on Radium. They want to take that man down before he gets to farm. They want to dominate him so that he don't end up being a problem starting in the mid game. Again, Apex is there. He's trying to give vision. Radium is probably not gonna get ganked as of now. The backups are here. The levels, the layers of protections.
That is true, but here's the thing, you can't really push out a lane against Beatrix because of the Nibiru's Passion, the Bennett's Rage, and he's also using the Renner if I'm not wrong, so constantly trying to get those long range snipe shots as well onto those minions, one hitting them, making sure that even though Crisis is clearing it faster than Radium, he's not actually letting him win in that lane advantage. So all the 3 lanes right now are being won by ABM, and we have already seen Eliminators set up for 2 different ganks in 2 different lanes. They've lost both of them.
Yeah, miserably failed. But at the same time, both the teams are trying to get some isolated picks. They've got vision on, okay, Apex has got vision on Bait, I guess, that no one else. I thought they already got that vision on Kimi and Suzumi, but they didn't. They're just waiting for that turtle. And, well, Serrar Moon is on his way. I think it's gonna be an uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think so as well, but it seems like they don't really want to go for it.
Yup, the turtle has been taken, and Suzumi will be picked up. Bait, Serrar Moon, and Kimi, they just want to disengage. They know that now he's gone. We need to
look at top.
There's no point yet in the top lane. That was a solo pickup by Crisis on Radium. Well, Harriet versus Beatrix scared it.
I told you, Harith will eventually win out that lane early to mid game, but seems like they don't want to stop the glorious pathway, Jenny.
Yup, and SK might be in trouble. This is gonna pick him up, and it's not yet. Serrar Moon going straight in for Apex, being tanky in the descent, dominating the descent, slowing him up.
Oh my god!
They're gonna get a kill on high losses, and there you go. Apex, not enough tanky this time.
Oh my, Bid playing it so very smart, but look at Mirio!
And that's the penalty zone being connected on Bait, and there he goes. Well, they're still not giving up. They are going for Kimi, not giving up. That's Mirio like a predator hunting him down. Crisis in danger.
Crisis.
And there you go. That's the revenge taken.
Absolutely, the revenge being taken. Now Suzumi needed to give out the call. Seems like a miscommunication or just some unawareness around the map. Mirio managing to outplay the other side in such a smart fashion. They've lost the bottom, but they don't really care. They can take down this mid tower. No Dominator's Descent available for Bait, so they don't, right? They still managed to defend it properly because Suzumi rotated out there in mid, but the top will eventually fall just to those minions. So the tower is now equalized, but the goal lead is in favor of ABM right now. They are winning out in terms of macro, even though they are losing early members, but it's taking a lot of resources from Eliminators to take down that big chunky Apex's high loss. And that means some free hitting for Jay as well as Asuna on the Zushin.
Yeah, they're serious. The ABM is serious right now. They are like, the score is 3-3. We gotta win this time by hook or by crook. We're not gonna give up. right? Again, the turtle is back, guys, and this is gonna be there's gonna be a contest. Jay already over there. Oh, I cannot see Kimmy yet going for. Oh, he actually did not even go for the turtle. He actually didn't even give a vision in the turtle.
Seems like a pretty weird thing to happen right now, but it's absolutely fine. Not a big deal that they're gonna make about it. But the question is, when will ABM start to decide to push out that bottom tier one? I really want to see them push that one out, and that's probably why Radium is now moving in over towards the bot. Both these teams have got a similar idea.
Yep. I think that ED is playing passive. They are trying to avoid ganks. As you can see in the turtle, they didn't even try and snatch it away, and they are as much as possible. Kimmy is just trying to give some vision and then back off. Vision and then back off. They are just trying to avoid casualties.
Eliminators have got a pick off composition. Can't really fight the 5v5 fights. They have to find one person, pick them off, and then win it out. Suzumi's positioning is going to be the key. He needs to zone out both Radium as well as probably Asuna if possible, or maybe Jay. He has to take two of them out of that fight, and only will we see then Serar and Bid probably do enough damage, because Terizla in the hands of Mirio and Apex are super tanky. So unless we see Trinity on Serar, I don't really see any way that Apex is going to be bursted down as quickly as Radium will burst down the frontliners in form of Kimi and Suzumi.
Yeah, you've been desperately wanting ABM to push that bottom lane turret, and there you go. You must be very happy as of right now.
Yeah, finally.
Okay, we might actually see a gang in the mid lane. They do have Vision Apex. Okay, that's been used. He's going up straight in that lock-on bit. But Min manages to escape and using up Dominator Distance. Finally, a kill on Jay by Suzumi. They're going in for more, but the Iridium comes in to save the day and manages to get the kill on Kimi. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but they got the jungler down. Crisis, okay, he backs up.
But the question is, do they have enough resources right now to take down Apex as well as Radium, or maybe even Mirio Asuna? Because they can't really go in for that Lord, even though they've got the jungler in the form of Jay. They can try if they really want to, but Apex will just put in the glorious pathway and heal himself back up to try soak up as much damage as possible. Kimi needs to dive in on the follow-up of Suzumi as well, who'd probably be in front of them with a vengeance, and then Crisis needs to utilize that moment to try and jump on the enemy backline to take down Radium, because the Wind of Nature is not going to help him against Harith. But again, that hero lock prioritization is going to be the key.
Yeah. Well, no more turtle is the Lord this time, and this time Kimi will have to engage and not just give vision. The time to play passive is over, so they're gonna have to take fights. They're gonna have to try and get pickups. And like we've noticed in the last few matches, they follow the DNC divide and conquer rule instead of going for 5 versus 5 gangs. But the thing is, ABM, nobody is really isolated anywhere. They're playing together. Okay, they're trying to pressurize that mid lane turret. Apex from behind is trying to find a way to utilize Glorious Pathway and charge in, but he is waiting. He's actually trying to make them react.
It's just a push and pull game right now. But look at the position of Jay. He is being scouted out. Serar, oh my god, he face checks that one. That's pretty bold, but look at Apex. He's getting caught out in the open. Crisis takes him down, and that should be a free Lord.
That should be a free Lord. Apex messed up. He shouldn't have at this moment when the Lord's there. The Lord's is very low in HP. Mirio almost getting down at Kimi, going straight in. They're gonna have to take him down, and there you go. Bid is already taken down Mirio. Apex is not here yet. Another kill on Jay. And in the top lane, meanwhile, Beatrice manages to push that turret. They're pressurizing the mid, and Ashuna will be going down as well with the Chrono Dash coming in from Crisis. And the mid lane turret being taken down as well, while the Lord's marching in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's gonna take his sweet time, so we might possibly see 2 more big chunky waves of those Mega Minions. Now, here's the thing, Jenny. In that Lord engagement, I was mentioning about the endless shards back in the draft itself, that it could be dodged by Dominator's Descent if Bid uses it perfectly. And that is exactly what happened. Endless shards used up on Bid. He went into the Dominator's Descent mode. Everything dodged brilliantly, and with that, Mirio was the first one to fall because he was basically in the face of an alien right there. The tier 2 in the top will fall, and now we might see another fight.
Yeah, that's the right one. All just low, just 1 HP, and he manages to escape from Jay. Look at that. That would have been a crucial pick-off, but okay, never mind. Happens. That's Suzumi charging in. Jay, okay, just not yet.
Now, here's the big thing about it. If this team fight goes in for a very long duration, Crisis will get his Zaman Force back up very quickly. Bid, yes, if he's got the Winter Crown, if he's got the fleeting time, only in that case will he actually get his Dominator's Descent fast. Otherwise, it's Serrar and Crisis constantly dealing damage with Suzumi on your face. Curtain's Call is also going to be crucial. If he catches 2 people, 3 if lucky, that means it's it because of all the AoE that is there from their side.
Yeah, have you have a look at the map? The whole map is under the control of ET. Well, they just got the Lord, so it makes sense. But in the meanwhile, they are trying to push that mid lane turret. That's okay. Tyrant's Revenge. I thought maybe he was gonna try and connect on that Asuna, but she was just too far up there. Okay, it might be a Jay versus Saran with the top lane. Moon does not have a vision on Jay, I suppose. So far, he's just taking on the red buff, while Kimmy, just a little bit of poking.
Now here's the thing.
Actually, he's going in for a kill.
Oh
That's a 1 versus 1! And followed by that recall taunt on Jay. Whew, I expected that, but I didn't think it was gonna happen. That Kimmy Tyrant's Revenge been connected on Mirio, but he just too tanky. Penalty zone on Kimmy. They're not being able to secure the kill on Kimmy. Instead, he's jumping in, and that's killing spree on Radiant Crisis instead. Oh god. Maybe
the
that
Chrono Dash.
Yeah.
The Chrono Dash was perfect, and the 1v1 you mentioned between Serrar and Jay in that top lane near that orange buff bush. The only... I've been mentioning every single point of it back in the draft itself. I mentioned that Roger will dodge the endless shards with a Lycan Pounce, and that is exactly what he did. He held on to the Lycan Pounce till the last second, and as soon as those shards were about to hit him, he dodged it brilliantly and got a pick on Jay. But even after that, the Lord is being burst down so very quickly.
Yep, and it's gonna be a Lord. Okay! ABM manages to take the Lord this time, but killing spree by Serran on that. Jay, they're going for more kills. They're going in like a hungry predator by CC, killing spree on Beatrix. That's Radiant. They're gonna go for more, and Beat has taken down Apex as well. That's Asuna. That's Suzumi versus Mir in the top lane, but Asuna being chased down. There you go. What the top lane? I did not expect it at all. Okay,
that was phenomenal.
Suzumi versus Mirio still going in the top lane. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1, but Mirio will he manage to escape? It's gonna be the end. He's to wipe out. Oh my god.
That is phenomenal. By Eliminators, they've ended the reign of the longest reigning team. The Empire is now thrown apart. You have got a new victor. You have got the new kings in the arena. Eliminators winning the series out 4-3, pulling off a comeback of their lifetime in Legends Unleashed. This has been a phenomenal evening, Jenny, and this was not the way I expected it to happen.
Exactly. The perfect cool will be that roller coaster of emotions. What we saw in the early first 2 games and what we saw now and the last 2 matches, a lot of things happened.
Now here's the thing, I'm gonna skip out on most of those, but the most important fight over towards the end and the decision making that always came from Eliminators. We have been discussing about the fact that Eliminators need to divide and conquer. They need to divide the fight into multiple areas and avenues and then move forward. Plus, that hero lock is super crucial. They saw that every single resource of ABM was used to quickly burst down that Lord. As they saw the endless shards being used up right away, right there, they knew that Jay does not have the ultimate to now deal with anyone who would be jumping onto him. So that was the point of engagement. Perfect initiation coming in from Kimmy as well. Yes, they lost a member onto that fight. If I'm not wrong, that was probably Kimmy himself. But Suzumi came in from the flank. He saw Radium out open. He saw that angle. Because again, Mirio, if I'm not wrong, he used up the penalty zone already. So Radium was taken down quickly by that Yo-Yo Blitz. He had no Wind of Nature yet again. Look at the itemization. Now this is a big mistake. You need a Wind of Nature specifically when you're up against Suzumi when you're up against Serrar on CC and Roger. That was a big mistake. He got caught out in the open right there, and then it was just a domino effect coming in, falling down like Skittles and Eliminators, quickly closing out through that mid lane.
Yep. I have to say, most of the people, most of the viewers watching, even us, how things were going on at first. I thought that ABM, they're gonna clean sweep, but then the way ET made this comeback, I think it's called a reverse sweep.
Absolutely. The reverse sweep was mind blowing. Absolutely mind blowing. And again, we can discuss about this reign of terror that was for the side of ABM, but Eliminators finally conquering their fears. And I'll tell you, all the casters back, we were having a discussion that we thought Eliminators, they do have the potential to win out this series in that best of 7, but it seems that they always used to get under pressure whenever they would face ABM. They would have the lead, they would start off really good, but would lose it in the midway and over towards the later stages of the game, and that's where ABM would always capitalize because of the depth in their hero pool. But hero pool is what we always talked about, and seems like Eliminators saved not just one, not just two, but 4 different aces up their sleeve for this grand finals.
Yeah, look at that Rogers, 307. This guy's undefeated, bulletproof, and the way you said, the way they prioritize the Roger. And I think you were pretty sure the moment they pick Roger, you're gonna be like, they're gonna slay right now.
Yeah, I knew it. We just knew it because let's be honest, this was not really an aim on game. If you look onto the other side, Suzumi onto that CC with the Vengeance, Crisis can dash out. Yeah, you could say that the timing is crucial for it, but in that pressure situation, when you know you've got a solid front line in the form of Kimi, you can dash away. And I like the drafting that came in from the side of Eliminators too. Kimi picking up the Kufra while Crisis locking in the Harith, no way for you to counter the other side. Now, even though Radium picked up the Beatrix, he was dishing out the damage, but I really felt that maybe a Minsata would have been a little bit better, but leaving that Zask open eventually bit them in the back too.
I think they shouldn't have given them Roger. It's just a Jazz. No, Jazz can be melted, but Roger, starting from the early game, is gonna start dealing a lot of damage. He's got everything, right? The dominated descent, it slows you down, but you just gotta pick heroes like, even a Cloud would have been good, even a Shiny can burst him down. Asuna there, Zushin can provide a lot, but I guess just not enough damage, don't you think?
It could also be the case. I mean, again, the damage was divided into 3 different people, but it just eventually came down to your micro plays and the micro management coming in. Apex, he likes to play onto the setup roamers, which he could use to give some setups. But Hylos is not exactly the kind of one. Yeah, he can zone out, he can provide the vision information, but Glorious Pathway is really one of the main tools that you can use. Yes, the law and order is there, but it can only stun one person, and that's just not enough when you're in middle of 5 people, while the other side have got something like a Kufra. They also have Bed who can run away in the Dominator's descent. Sarar is never to be seen, and that's also very crucial. You'd really, as a jungler, do not want to be seen on the map as often as all the other heroes combined, and that is something Sarar was doing really good. It was a very good fight by the side of ABM though, because their game 1 comeback was mind blowing. One mistake from ET, and that's all ABM needed to capitalize. So you knew that the stakes were high, the pressure was high. Yet ABM eventually crumbled in front of Eliminators, and it seems like Eliminators this time stood up to their name.
Definitely. They did stood up. I think we have a new champion to be named, to be known all over the subcontinent of India, and that's gonna be ET.
Indeed, that will definitely be ET. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for tuning in with us, and thank you for being a part of the Legends Unleashed journey. Finally, a new legend has been unleashed, and in the name of Eliminators, winning out this grand finals in a 4-3 fashion. Beautiful reverse sweep from them. But you know what? I know everyone loves tournaments like these, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, click on that bell notification too. You don't want to miss it out. And if you're on Facebook, make sure you follow the page as well so that you do not miss out on any update and any possible future tournaments. And while you're at it, might as well give a follow to me, that is Kated, as well as Missy Jenny and all the other casters who made this entire journey more beautiful and more vibrant with their casting. Kronos, Sarah, Frido, Sasuke, Silver, There have been many people out, and yeah, even Peachy, as you mentioned. Again, I might not remember. I'm getting pretty old, Jenny. Let's be honest. I'm actually getting pretty old. So you might as well want to give me rest as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will catch you guys in the next tournament. See ya and have a good night.